Citizen TV, the citizen's power. 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 Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Citizen TV Ghana. About 2 p.m. 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. At them Citizen Show. At the Bremen on Citizen TV Ghana. Me pacho about Citizen TV Ghana. There be at them Citizen Show. Let them more takra de tardy for you them on tardy FM and area. A bear she. Citizen TV Ghana. About 2 p.m. 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. At them Citizen Show. At the Bremen on Citizen TV.
Now we do have smart metering that, for all intents and purposes, it does. But you have to pay, and then you build them later.
What advantage does the smart metering give you in solving this problem? I still don't get it.
So the smart metering allow you to apportion the total bill based on the percentage usage of each unit. There's some formula that the system allows you to. It is smart enough to know that these units consume that much. So if the total is this, then this bill is for that tenant. Yeah. Long term is to actually.
Auditor, can you confirm whether 260,000 has been collected?
Honorable Chair, yes, it's 250,000, 265.54 Ghana cedis had been collected, leaving a balance of 57,179.43. Thank you.
Chairman, that will be all for me.
Let's move to paragraph 1683, Vice Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There's an outstanding revenue of $26.6 million US, and 32.2 million Ghana cedis. And there's a tall list of agencies or companies that owe you money. Paragraph 1685 says weak internal controls over revenue accounting and management, as well as lack of effective supervision, accounted for this anomaly, which could lead to loss of public funds. Now, Glow Mobile, have they paid this amount?
Honorable Chair, so Glow is in the same boat as the last. They made some payment, but certainly not all. So as of this report, Glow had outstanding of 19,927,559.96.
What about Airtel?
So the Airtel actually they paid, I believe, on November 21st. So that's been settled there.
They pay the whole amount?
Yes.
Because Airtel is listed twice over the international gateway and then the microwave.
They paid both.
They paid both of them. What about Vodafone Ghana? That owes you 23.5 million Ghana cedis, US dollars.
So, Honorable Chair, Vodafone paid $1 million out of that. Now, because Vodafone is GOG is a shareholder, it's a 30% shareholder of Vodafone. So we received a letter from GOG, meaning Ministry of Finance, that they're having some discussion. Now, fast forward, this amount is reflected in the regulatory obligations that the share transfer needs to be addressed. So it is being addressed within the Telecel acquisition of Vodafone International Holding BV shares in Ghana Telecom.
What is the percentage shares being held by government of Ghana?
30%.
30%. So if Vodafone is owing NCA and government is holding 30%, and you are saying that government has written to NCA to do what? What has government going to do with that?
That they
Vodafone is government is only a shareholder. The management of Vodafone must ensure that they take care of the operational costs. Have you received letter from the 70% other shareholders?
So, Honorable Chair, so the sale of spectrum is actually government's money. It's not NCA. It's GOG's money. So GOG's money. So they don't want to pay because they are the ones going to provide the money to pay themselves. So they want to set up. Is that what you mean? Not really, because there's within the shareholding arrangement. I'm sure there are other obligations that are not within our purview. So the shareholder can agree, and in this case, GOG can agree that okay, let's hold on until this can be settled. But the point that I also want to make is, these spectrum monies actually goes to government, 100%, 100%, yeah.
Anyway,
what about Vodacom Business Ghana, the microwave link fee of 329,000 Ghana cedis?
Honorable Chair, so Vodacom was subsumed within Vodafone, and I believe this amount was reflected in Vodafone's subsequent payments to NCA.
What about Scancom PLC,
That was taken care of. That was paid.
What about Telstar Communications? 1.3 million US dollars. International incoming traffic.
So this is actually, they defaulted, so we had to take them to court. So this is actually pending in court.
What about Harmony Telecom? 829,000 US dollars.
So that's also in court.
What about KNet Limited?
So that was paid.
That was paid.
Yes.
What about Surfline Communications? 3.3 million Ghana cedis.
So Surfline is outstanding. We engaged them, had a payment plan for them, but they have not been able to meet that obligations.
What about Internet Solutions?
That was paid.
Auditors, could you confirm what the answers he gave me, please?
Honorable Chair, yes, I was following, so I do confirm what they are saying. Thank you.
You do confirm?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Does this DCOM Ghana Limited, have they paid?
So they paid 75,000.
Out of the 372,000?
Yes.
What are they doing to the balance?
So, that because they have, we agree on a payment plan for them, they couldn't meet. So the authorization, the license has been suspended. If they don't, then we will not renew and we take them to court.
So their license have been suspended?
Yes.
Are they still in operation? They are not?
No, they are not.
Are the directors in Ghana?
The directors are in Ghana also. Right.
Well, how are you going to collect the money from them? Recover the money?
So they are part of a series of companies that currently are pending in court.
In court, okay. All right. All right, call between limited.
So call between has paid.
Has paid?
Yes.
Okay.
Glow is your biggest debtor. What have you taken against them?
Honorable Chair, as I indicated earlier, Glow's 2G license is up for renewal in July. So typically, as part of the renewal process, you have to make sure that you fulfill all your regulatory obligations, including any outstandings. Prior to this, we've engaged them severally. We've had payment plans. They will make first payment, second payment, and then you don't hear from them. So we are pretty sure by July we should be able to address this.
So, paragraph 1705, Deputy Ranking.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It's about omission of revenue receivable from Scancom in NCA's books. You earlier on explained that because this authorization fee and renewal of licenses are paid to government, it seems to be creating a bit of confusion. In the auditor's point of view, once you issued receipts, invoices to these companies, they are supposed to pay the money to you. Then you later transfer these sums to government. But you're also explaining that that should not be the practice. They can also pay directly to government. What would it take for you to do that? Let them pay to you, then you pay to government, because there's a regulation and a law that has to be followed. So first, what has been the practice now? Because if you don't follow the law, then it means that this infraction will always be appearing in your books. So what have you done about it?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, you are right. In practice, they will make payment to NCA, and NCA will pay into the consolidated account. This particular year, I think there was a mix-up somewhere, and they paid directly to government. But we have actually had discussions and resolved this. It won't happen again. Yes.
So now they pay directly to you. They pay to NCA.
If they have to make regulatory payments, spectrum. Again, this was spectrum renewal, 2G spectrum renewal, and some other spectrum specific. Yes.
So so I know there's 2G, there's 3G, there's 4G, and we don't have 5G yet. So these companies will have to renew for 2G, renew for 3G, and also renew for 4G. I just need an explanation on that.
That's very correct. Currently, the setup is you have to renew for each network that you have, whether it's 2G or 3G or 4G, because they were assigned to them in different times. For example, I believe the 2G was given to them in 2004 for 15 years. Sure. And then there was a 3G at some point, and there was a 4G at some point.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for the answer. Auditors, are you able to confirm if the current practices that they pay to NCA and NCA pays to Ministry of Finance?
Honorable Chair, yes, confirmed.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Before you continue, the fees for the spectrum, you say that they pay separately for 2G, 3G, and then 4G. Is that the practice internationally, or is only Ghana that you are charging separately?
So the practice currently in most countries is what we call a unified license, where the 2G and the 3G and the 4G are combined. And the reason why NCA was doing that, or Ghana was doing that, basically, was the 2G in those days. That spectrum was only for voice and some basic data like SMS. Right. So when you have the 2G, when you have the 3G, then you can do some data. Today, technology has advanced in such a way that a 2G license that was issued for voice only can now do data. All right. So at some point, hopefully before the end of the year, we will converge all these licenses into one unified license.
All right. Thank you very much. First, I want to commend the NCA for the introduction of the eSIM. I mean, it was one headache that most people who travel into our country had. And but there's this acquisition that is happening or is likely to happen, that is from Vodafone to Telecel. My question is that what will happen to the workforce? What will happen to the workforce? Then secondly, recently traveled to the UAE, where when you get to the airport, you are given a SIM card. These are the minister is here, so you are given a SIM card. Can we consider this as support for these telecom companies owned by? Hello, please, honorable members, please.
I haven't given you the floor, honorable. Continue.
Would you consider the introduction of this tourist SIM just to support the companies, the telecom companies owned by Ghanaians? These are my two questions. So one has to do with the workforce of Vodafone. If this happens, what policies are you putting in place to ensure that we maintain the workforce, and also this tourist SIMs?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I'll take the last one. So currently, the telcos are able to provide SIM for all tourists or visitors. So when you come in at the airport or at any point in time, there's the SIM registration application is able to process you to be here for 90 days. Beyond 90 days, you need a non-citizen Ghana card to proceed. So that process is actually in place. The first one, if you recall, when we did a press release, we said it was a conditional approval. So as part of the conditions, HR matters will have to be resolved. So hopefully, before we grant the final approval, that will have to be addressed.
Thank you very much. Minister, welcome from Abuja. Thank you.
So that'll be all for National Communications Authority. NCA, you are discharged.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for
now let's welcome the Minister of Transport. We are taking the Ghana Shippers Authority. Ghana Shippers Authority.
You are watching
Chair, my name is Hassan Tampuli, Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, my name is Benonita Bismarck, the CEO of the Ghana Shippers Authority.
Honorable Chair, I'm Frederick Obeng Adom, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. So we are taking the Ghana Shippers Authority. The first infraction is paragraph 1941. Which is actually your operational results. And your surplus dropped no, actually increased, not dropped. You managed to increase your surplus to 22 million from 14.9 million Ghana cedis, which is an improvement about 50%. Very good improvement. Basically, think your revenue, that is your internal generated fund, is what actually attributed to that, about 15%. Whilst your expenses is dropped to 10%. So we want to congratulate you for a good performance. In terms of your financial position, your liquidity ratio also increased to 2.6 from 1.9, also an improvement. So let's just go straight to the management issue, and I'll call on the, okay, let me continue. Your overage debts. Now this issue will give you the power to charge some of these fees. And we advise that you should work on the law. What is the status of the law now?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, currently as I'm talking to you, we've done the stakeholder consultation. We've gone through the process. The law, the bill in its draft form is at cabinet. And I'm sure that now that we have resumed, we will be in the House because we are holding a cabinet subcommittee meeting on the matter. I will come back to the House with a final draft so that the Parliament can then help us to amend the portions that we recommended. Thank you.
Per your estimation, when do you think that this can be done? Until at the point that it will come to Parliament. After that, you don't have control over it. So,
Mr. Chair, I hope and I trust that I will be here before Parliament rise.
We want to encourage you to do that because it's taking long.
Yeah.
We need to amend the law so that they can have the power
to do that. I'm working to do that. You know, in amending a law in this country, it's a very complicated matter because it's the act itself.
It's not complicated.
Mr. Chair, it's complicated because some stakeholders, I wasn't consulted, this matter was this, so we needed to do a thorough job before we go to cabinet.
But you are finished with the consultation?
Yeah. Bobie, I'm talking to the chairman.
He's a member of the committee.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'll come to you.
And if you don't come before the House rise, probably in early April or March ending, you are giving assurance to this committee. What do you think we should do to you?
Mr. Chair, don't surcharge me, but I will definitely come. I'll bring it.
No, we are serious. So.
Yes, I'm also serious about it. Mr. Chair, so far, I think that most of the work has been done, and I'm hoping the cabinet will give me the approval to bring the bill before.
In that, so that they can amend the law as early as possible. So put it in the draft so that we'll do that recommendation. All right, so let's move to the next one, which is paragraph 1960. Uncertainty in the recovery of investment, 1.1 million Ghana cedis. What is the status of this? Have we been able to recover? Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I will seek your permission to allow the Director of Finance to answer the question.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, when the auditors were on site, because that figure had not been confirmed by the Securities and Exchange Commission, they used the figure which was in our books then. Subsequently, when the confirmation was made, 1,253,362 cedis was confirmed. 50,000 of that has been paid 2 accounts were opened by the amalgamated fund at Ghana Commercial Bank. So they categorized that into Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 2 was actually cash, which was paid into. Tier 1 was cash, which was paid into the account. Tier 2 is supposed to be an investment. But our checks from GCB Capital is saying that no payment has been made on that yet. But even this morning, we checked with them. But the Tier 1, which is the 50,000, has actually been paid into an account which was opened for the authority at GCB.
Confirm the figure which was actually agreed to after they have gone through the process by the receiver.
Honorable Chair, 1 minute.
You just mentioned the figure. I just want you to repeat it.
Yes, I want to give the exact figure.
Okay.
I can't find it on the document. I just sent it. Honorable Chair, it was 1,253,232 cedis, 87 pesos. And 50,000 was paid into Tier 1 account, leaving a balance of 1,203,232 cedis, 87 pesos in the Tier 2 account. Thank you.
And the receiver is PricewaterhouseCoopers.
Honorable Chair, I think this Securities and Exchange Commission was handling it.
They were handling it, okay.
Thank you.
Is it because of the banking sector cleanup? That is why we are losing this money.
Mr. Chairman, I will not be able to confirm that.
But this is an investment into, what's the name of the Gold Coast? Yeah, so definitely it's part of the cleanup. It's part of the cleanup, okay. So now you can't give us any assurance that this money will be paid into the Tier 2 account, which is the investment account.
Honorable Chair, the Tier 2, the 1.2 million is actually in the Tier 2 account. Except that we can't have access to it because what we were told was that it was in investment.
No, you said earlier on that your check from GCB shows that they have not received any money into that investment account.
Honorable Chair, as I said, I am not sure. In fact, one other reason they gave was that Black Shield has taken SEC to court, and so some processes on that had been stopped. So I can confirm that 2 accounts were opened, the Tier 1 and the Tier 2. We can immediately have access to the Tier 1, but the Tier 2, that's where we can confirm. Thank you.
Well, I'm sure that will not be your fault, and we're not going to blame you. But I think that the banking sector cleanup has negatively impacted most of the institutions and agencies. Yesterday, Cocoa Board had invested 7.5 million into Gold Coast Securities, it was only 200,000 which was paid by the receiver to them. The balance of 7.3 is something that we're not sure whether they can get the money back.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Mr. Chair, maybe I don't know about Cocoa Board, but in our case,
no, Cocoa Board came yesterday, and that was the information.
That's what I'm saying. In our case, no indication has been given by the people handling the matter to us that it's because of ABC. But I think that we need to find out the reason why the money has not been paid. Then we can revert. But they haven't adduced any reasons to us why that money.
Oh, I can tell you the reason.
Mr. Chair,
the reason is that the receiver, which is the PricewaterhouseCoopers, can only pay this investment as and when funds become available from funds they will realize from the auction of the properties of the company. That is it.
Ours is not being handled by Pricewaterhouse. Ours is being handled by.
It is in the same category.
I may not know. So
I'm telling you.
Okay.
I'm not asking you a question. I'm telling you that it is in the same category. Let's go to paragraph 1966, ranking.
Thank you, Chairman. In this case, two customers or two tenants, Marco Logistics Takrade and CDH Savings and Loans, they owe you, they are your tenants, they owe you. Marco owes 391,692 cedis, 22 pesos, and CDH owes you 78,454, 62 cedis. Have you been able to collect these rents?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In respect of macro logistics, our lawyers took the tenant to court. We received judgment to recover the amount. Unfortunately, the lawyers were finding it difficult to locate the company. Fortunately, in the course of last year, they wrote to us to come for settlement. Unfortunately, that also did not materialize. What we can report is that thankfully our lawyers were able to locate some assets of the company, and we have instructed them to go through the legal process to recover the amount. When they wrote to us to discuss the settlement, they paid 80,000 out of the 391. So the balance outstanding now is 311,000. For CDH, it is still in receivership, and we are told that as and when they receive dividends, we will be paid. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you. Let me seek this clarification. Are you telling the committee that you settled the judgment after it was obtained? What exactly are you saying?
No, not when they wrote, we gave it to our lawyers, our lawyer, that's a shipper's lawyer, to deal with it. So,
hold on, maybe you are miscommunicating.
Okay.
You obtained judgment against the entity.
Yes.
You couldn't immediately locate property to levy execution to obtain fruits of your judgment. Then somehow they approached you to do what? To compromise the judgment now? Or to pray for time to pay the judgment debt by some installment?
Honorable Chair, they wrote to us to ask for time to pay the judgment debt. Okay. And that is what we gave to the lawyer to handle.
Okay. Okay. Did this go back to court?
No.
It did not.
It did not.
So somehow your lawyers discovered some property in their name.
Yes.
And are going through the execution process now.
That's what we have advised them to do.
Not is the lawyers who advise. Is the lawyers who will be advising you.
Yes.
So they are advising that they've located some property, and so are taking steps to levy execution.
Exactly.
Okay, ensure that they do that expeditiously.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That'll be all, Chairman.
So that'll be all for Ghana Shippers Authority. You are discharged. Let's have Ghana Civil Aviation. Ghana Civil Aviation.
Ghana Civil Aviation Authority.
Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Mr. Chair, I'm still representing them, so I'll let the Director of Finance and...
Yeah, they will introduce themselves, okay. Not you.
My name is Charles Kreku. I'm the Director General of Ghana Civil Aviation Authority.
My name is William Afotude, Acting Director of Finance. Afotude, Acting Director of Finance.
Is it the Afotude from Tajaho? Oh, okay. Wow. That's my constituency. And I was the same staff member with one Afotude. Maybe after you finish, I'll have to talk to you. Yes. All right, so Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, paragraph 2019. Honorable Kisi.
Chairman, thank you. This largely, I'll start off with the operational results. There's an issue of a decrease in your surplus. Comparing 2019 to 2018, if you look at the surplus line, it's 7 million as opposed to 28 million the previous year. And what accounts for this huge change?
Mr. Chair, can I seek your audience and allow the Director of Finance to answer the question? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The decrease in the surplus basically arose from the recommendation by the auditors in terms of the revaluation of the employees' long service benefit in line with reporting requirements. So there was a decrease. That expense line alone was about 10 million Ghana cedis, in addition to a few increases in other operating costs. So basically, it has to do with the long service award valuation, which affected the surplus.
So we were underpaying for a long time, just for clarification.
The reporting requirements indicate that you need to have an estimation of what your liability in terms of employee benefits ought to be. It's actually not an underpayment. It's a provision in terms of the value of your employee benefits going into the future, as part of the reporting requirements.
All right, so one last thing. On your other income, 2018, 24, 2019, 5 million. And what's the explanation there too, please?
Okay, thank you, Chair. The explanation for the decrease in the other income actually arose from exchange losses because we had to revalue the loans that we took. The loans that we took were in USD. And so by the close of the year, when we did the revaluation of the loans, the loss in terms of the exchange actually affected the profit that we had. So that accounted for the decrease in. We report exchange losses as part of financial items, which is reported under other income.
Audit Service, can we get your input so far before we move on?
Actually, the Audit Service don't need any inputs here. You can move to the financial position.
All right, so with the financial position, we're looking at your current ratios. As of 2019, we're looking 2.0 to 1, and then considering 2018, we're looking at 4.0 to 1. How do you help us clarify that too?
Okay, thank you, Chair. The current ratio actually in 2019 compared to 2018, the decrease was as a result of the increase in the, if you look at the statement of financial position, you look at the current liabilities. We took a facility, and then the short-term the short-term component of the facility, which we reported as payables, if you look at the comparatives, accounted for the decrease in the current ratio.
How's the outlook now so far after your huge increment as of 2019? Are things better now?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's looking better now.
Chairman, I think that'll be all for them.
Thank you very much. So we'll move to paragraph 2028. Honorable Apak.
Thank you, Chairman. The issue in question has to do with the inability of the authority to give meaning to Section 14 of the Civil Aviation Act. According to the auditors, the authority is supposed to make a realization of its revenue receipts into an income surplus account for the payment of development, renewal, depreciation, and any other purposes determined by the board in accordance with the Act. The auditors indicate that this has not been done, and the authority has also failed to determine the amount of revenue receipts that should be set aside to the income surplus account. You did admit and indicated that you would take corrective measures. What have you done with regards to this infraction?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The issue actually had to do with, first, whether we had set up funds to deal with the acquisition and renewal of assets. And the second one was also to deal with whether we reported net income and income surplus. Mr. Chairman, I can confirm that these two have been done. The process in actually setting aside funding actually comes through a budgetary process. Once the board sets aside a certain X amount of money to deal with capital projects for renewal and of other assets, then we look at how we are going to fund it. What we have also done is that we have set aside funds in certain designated accounts to deal with asset replacement and all that. Currently, the board is looking at even setting up aside a long-term sinking fund into which we can place money, because the aviation industry is very dynamic and capital intensive, and so that has been done.
Auditors, have you seen any documentation to the effect that these recommendations that you made have been complied with?
Mr. Chairman, the recommendation has been implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The last one will be taken by the ranking member, paragraph 2035.
Non-retirement of accountable Imprest. An Imprest of 272 cedis has not been retired as at December 2019. Some of them has been outstanding since July of 2018. I just want to know from the accountant whether this Imprest have been retired now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been resolved. All the debtors are fully retired their Imprest.
And the auditors confirm whether all the Imprests have been retired.
Mr. Chairman, out of the 10 payment vouchers, 7 of them have been retired, leaving 3 with a value of 55,498 cedis unretired. Thank you.
Accountant, I thought you said all have been retired.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the rest of the vouchers are available. We'll share them with the auditors.
Auditors, can you confirm that at least the 7 of them have been retired, as he said?
Mr. Chairman, confirmed.
So you can share the remaining 3 with the auditors so that they will report to the committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, thank you very much. Accountant, I am not happy with the laxity with which you are responding to this matter. Laxity because there are rules governing retirement of Imprest given to public officers when they return from official duty. I was hoping that you'll be telling us that in February 2023, you've taken serious internal measures that officers who return from official duties return the Imprest on time. You see, it's about breach of law. That's all we are concerned with. The law regulates how these things should be done. But if you say that the vouchers are available, you can make them available to the auditors. It's as if you are encouraging it. These are the leakages in the system we want to stop. It shouldn't take external auditors to come uncover that public officers giving public funds to perform public duties return and refuse to retire Imprest until auditors come to uncover them. So, as part of our mandate, we want to ensure reform in the public system. So assure us that going forward, officers, when they return from duty, they'll retire Imprest immediately as the law requires. We want that assurance.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I think that the question that was asked was specifically related to 2018-2019, and that is why the Director of Finance made an attempt of responding to what he has done in relationship to that. But I think that going forward, we've taken a cue from what our auditors have said, and we have put in place mechanism and system to make sure that, you see, there's always, some of them also do operational things, and there's always a time frame within which they move around. So, Mr. Chair, it is not a deliberate attempt that we will sit down unconcerned and make sure that they don't come and account for what it is that they need to account for. So going forward, I think that some of these lapses will be taken care of. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, GCA, you are discharged. Let's have Ghana Airport Company. Ghana Airport Company. And kindly introduce yourselves.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Pamela Jamson Tete, and I'm the Managing Director of Ghana Airports. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Dr. John Okwesi-Arthur. I'm the Group Executive Finance.
Thank you very much for coming. We'll go to paragraph 2143. And it's on your operational results. You made a loss. A loss of 190 million Ghana cedis in 2019, moving from a profit of 23 million. What happened? Because your income, your revenue increased by 26%, but your expenditure increased by 72%. Actually, that has resulted in that. What really happened in 2019?
Mr. Chair, I will invite the Director of Finance. I wanted to, but I would like him to answer.
Mr. Chair, in 2018, that was when we started using the Terminal 3. And in 2019, what actually happened was the loan that we're servicing, as well as the implementation of the IFRS, which state that the borrowing cost will have to be capitalized at a point. So in 2019, we have to actually show the borrowing cost in our income statement. That is what caused the loss.
Yeah, so if you had capitalized it in 2018, the effect will not be that great.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is that what also affected your current ratio? Only 1-to-1 has dropped to 0.7-to-1.
Yes, please.
Are you just answering like yes, please, so that you will end the matter straightforward? I thought you explained a bit. Anyway. So, let's go to Honorable Baswa, paragraph 2152, management issues.
Chairman, thank you. The third paragraph has to do with the overspending of budget. Chairman, approved budget had been overspent without an approved supplementary budget by the board during the review of the company's account. I want to find out what was the reason for not obtaining the board approval before spending.
Mr. Chair, there were a few items that the external auditors indicated that they were overspent. But I need to indicate that we have 4 major expense classification: the operational expense, the employee expense, the general and admin expense, and the finance cost. These items that had been indicated here, 2 of them are under the operational expense. I must say that apart from the finance cost, each one of the category of expenditure had favorable variance. But what actually happened in this case was that during our budget, I have the 2019 budget here, we identify one item of expenditure, which is the CETA charges. CETA charges are charges that we actually incur with regards to the facilitation of passengers in the terminal, the system that we used. So we realized that is a huge expenditure, so we decided to take it out of subscription during the budget process. And implementation of the actual, we actually added it to the subscription. So when the auditors came, we explained it to them, and I think they were satisfied with our explanation, and our recent auditors have come to confirm exactly what we have said. So they resolve it for us. Thank you, sir.
So the auditors agree that what you spent, it was needless to seek the board approval. Auditors, your comment on what he has explained to us.
Honorable Chair, for the current issue that he's talking about, we are not aware, but if you read their own responses, management responded that they would endeavor to operate within reasonable limit of approved budget, and where there is the need for any additional expenditure, procedures for prior written approval from the board of directors will be taken before expenditure is occurred. So that's what they said. Thank you.
Chairman.
All right. Minister, I noticed that staff wages, according to the table, increased from 81,000 to 3 million. A percentage increase of over 3,689 staff wages between 20. So I don't know whether that is really the case. It looks to me that the 81,000 is unrealistic, unless. But accountant, can you?
Mr. Chair, I would like to indicate that in the year under review, we had to, in 2019, that was when the airport Terminal 3 has started. So we had to recruit some staff on contract basis. And that is how come the wages and salary, wages increased to that extent. So I would say that in 2019, the budgeted figure was really understated. But what we have is what I'm saying, that we recruited.
Who understated it?
Mr. Chair, we did.
You did?
Yeah.
What is the salary of your managing director and you put together for a whole year? I'm sure it may be more than 81,000, isn't it? Your salary and that of them put together for the whole year. So how on earth do you budget 81,000 for your salaries?
Mr. Chair, I must also indicate that during that period under review, we have to also incur some expenditure on the national service persons.
I'm talking about your budget, not your expenditure.
Mr. Kwesi, the 81,000 that we budgeted for staff wages, is it for wages of contract staff or temporary staff, or for the entire staff of the company?
This had to do with the budget that we put up, and then, included in this was just the salary for the national service person. That is what we budgeted initially. But in the course of time...
That is 81,000?
That is correct.
Now, but for a whole year, you budgeted for 81,000?
Just a few of them, sir.
For few salary, national service personnel?
That's it, sir.
So, did you know that in 2019, the Terminal 3 will be open for operation, for which you'll be needing more hands? Did you know ahead of time, or it was something that came unplanned?
I would say that the 81,000 was just understated in the course of the budget.
No, we want to know if you knew ahead that you'll be opening the airport, yet you didn't plan or budget for them. That is all that we want to know.
Yes, we knew.
But you didn't budget for them. That is why the expenditure went up over 3,000%. All right. So that has been explained to the auditors, right?
Yes, please.
Auditors, can you confirm that they've explained to you and the explanation has been accepted?
Honorable Chair, yes. According to them, it was overstated, and they promised that, understated, and they promised that going forward, they are going to estimate appropriately. Thank you.
All right. We hope that in the subsequent 2021 reports, we will not have this kind of thing again. All right. Let's move to the last one. Honorable Bauer, paragraph 2158.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The paragraph deals with staff welfare and personal insurances deducted and not transferred into the designated funds. And the recommendation was that I think the amount involved was 7,553,987.10. And the recommendation was that management should urgently make payment to all the various fund accounts. Can you bring us up to speed as to the status of the recommendation?
Mr. Chair, I would like to state that all that has been paid, we fully have paid for 2019, 2020, and 2021, as well as 2022, part of it.
Auditors, can you confirm that they've made this recommendation?
Honorable Chair, yes, all the outstanding amount has been paid. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that's all for me.
That'll be all for Ghana Airport Company. You are discharged. Let's have a Ghana Ports and Harbour Authority. GPHA. Ghana Ports. Are they in? Okay. Kindly introduce yourselves.
Sure, my name is Michael Luguje, Director General, GPHA. Thank you.
I am Mause Sapati, General Manager Finance, GPHA. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, We'll go straight to the operational results. Paragraph 2095, Honorable Apak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority. You are welcome. You are not paying attention. Mr. Luguje.
Thank you, Chairman.
I am welcoming you.
Thank you very much.
I'm here. Look at me. I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Oh, thank you.
Uh-huh. I know. We grew up in the same neighborhood.
Thank you.
That's why I'm being specific. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, having looked at the operational results, I think only one or two issues seem to stand out. In the area of total income, there's been a marginal increase. But if you were to look at expenditure and you look at exchange losses, there is a colossal difference between 2018 and 2019. I think the percentage difference is 246.4%. That clearly caught my attention. May we know what factors contributed to this exchange losses? But give us some explanation.
Mr. Chair, can I seek your audience and invite the Director of Finance? Okay, Madam.
Thank you, Chair. Exchange losses arose as a result of the loans we contracted in foreign currency, specifically dollar and euro. And we were drawing down more on dollar loans in 2019. The depreciation of the CD, that's what contributed to that vast difference. Thank you.
Very well. I think that what you've said is self-evident. But it is true that, the CD has suffered depreciation. We are even grateful that it is not now, because it would have been worse. Let's move on to the financial position, which is on page 464. The Chairman.
Is it reflected on the CD?
Minister is heckling me. The Minister for Employment is heckling me. I haven't said it's the first time. I'm only saying we are lucky that at the time, the magnitude, the quantum of depreciation
Honorable Minister
was not as bad.
Honorable Minister, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So, in looking at the financial position, comparing 2018 to 2019, the auditors have indicated that the liquidity position measured in the current ratio obviously decreased. And this suggests that the authority did not have sufficient cover to enable it meet its short-term obligations. What is the explanation for the reduction in terms of the liquidity position of the authority?
Thank you, Chair. The MPS Terminal 3 started operating in July 2019. So with that, we have lost some part of our revenue to MPS. And that has translated in our cash balance. So that affected the liquidity ratio. But Chair, It has dropped, but we have been able to pay our liabilities till today, and we have not embarrassed the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I like that. You have not embarrassed the nation. It's commendable. Chairman, I think this will be it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable member, I think you are complaining about the exchange loss. That is 2019. That's 2019. Now we have a loss. You wait for 2022 account and you see what will happen. Honorable Minister, I have not called you. I say you should wait for 2022 account and you will see what will happen in that account. Let's move to paragraph 2106, ranking.
Thank you, Chairman. Procurement documents not cited 1,827,453 cedis 31 pesos. The infraction is that a number of procurements, were 6 or 7 of them, totaling this amount. The documents covering them were not made available for the auditors to review. And I think that is very serious. But anyway, can you respond to that?
Thank you, Chair. Please, subsequently, we have located the documents and submitted to Auditor General, and they came to confirm the receipt of it. Thank you.
Auditor, can you confirm whether the documents covering these procurements have all been certified?
Honorable Chair, the said document has been verified. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Let's go to paragraph 2111. It's on an investment in International Maritime Hospital, which is not being monitored. According to the auditors, the authority hold 100% equity interest in the hospital. The total amount that had been spent was 173,383. No, 179,383,362 Ghana cedis. So the hospital started operation from the second quarter of 2017, and they could not cite any performance report or financial statement. Now, it said that the anomaly could be attributed to the failure of the hospital to prepare its financial statements. Now, management is being advised to monitor the investment to ensure that there are some reasonable yields from or returns on investment to the authority. What is the current status? Do you now receive some kind of returns on the investment into the maritime hospital?
Thank you, Chair. We have received financial statements from IMA, and also management has tasked GPHA internal audits to review the operations of the hospital regularly, and that one is ongoing. Thank you.
My question is, have you been receiving any returns on the investment?
Thank you, Chair. IMA, the level they are in operation, they have not been able to make profits yet, but they are progressing.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we expect that in future there could be profits.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
All right. Let's go to paragraph 2117, ranking.
Award of contract to a non-tenderer. Award of contract to a non-tenderer. 276 276,000. And then 276,674 cedis and 27 pesos. Management of ports and harbor advertise for the use of national competitive tendering method to procure chemistry analyzer. The summary indicated that 4 tenders were purchased, but only 2 were submitted and found responsive to at the close of the submission date. The 2 responsive tenders were PFK Scientific Limited and Namakra Chemicals Limited, with price quotations of 248,246 cedis and 87 pesos, and then 363,510, respectively. We noted from the minutes of the Entity Tender Committee dated 2nd May 2018 that PFK Scientific Limited was recommended by the evaluation panel as the most responsive tenderer to execute the contract in the sum of 248,246 cedis and 87 pesos. We further noted that from the minutes that the contract was awarded to and executed by DCL, a non-tenderer, in the sum of 276,674 pesos. The auditors are recommending that the additional cost of 23,000 should be jointly refunded by the authorizers of the transaction, Director General, Director of Finance, and Acting Director Procurement, since their collective negligence resulted in the payment of the additional cost. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I think that in the first instance, in relationship to the procurement to the non-tenderer, I think there was an issue raised by the technical people, that the technician at the hospital, because it was chemical that we were using at the hospital. Unfortunately, when the recommendation came, I'm not holding brief, there was a shortage. And we realized that shortage of that particular chemical we use at the hospital. We realized that if we accept the one that those who tendered had provided, it was going to create a problem. It wasn't going to be the one that we should use. So once we received the advice, what we should have done, and I think I need to accept it here that it's an error on our part. What they should have done was to restart the whole procurement process again. And because that we were in need, or there was a shortage, and the agency around it, maybe they thought that we could do it, then later correct the because we need ratifying because it was shortage, and when people were coming to the hospital, we didn't have the chemicals for them. So, Mr. Chair, let me accept that there was an error on our part for not going back, but the agency of the matter also led us in taking that decision. But subsequently, those issues have been resolved, and I'm not trying to hold brief for them. I mean, I'll be the first person to rebuke them, but some of these agencies are that lead to some of these decisions, and we went back and corrected the process. Thank you very much.
That is one side of the explanation. Another side could be that the people who bidded were not the favorites of the approvers.
Mr. Chair, inviting me to this speculation.
No, I said what you explain is one side. Another will explain it the way I've said it. Because you and I were not there.
Mr. Chair, I sworn an oath before you.
I said you and I were not there.
But
you were not there. You were told.
Mr. Chairman,
you were told, Minister. You were told.
I don't think that you impugn motive into anything.
And I'm saying that the explanation given could be one side, but another person will interpret it that the 2 people or 3 companies that bidded or were not the favorites.
Mr. Chairman, the second interpretation is
wrong.
It's wrong. On our part.
So they could have just gone and used the process to get approval from the Procurement Authority to go and do sole sourcing.
Mr. Chair, I think that I consider
tendering.
I consider to that fact that the
So,
agency led her to.
But it said that ignorance of the law is not.
I agree with you, but the agencies of the matter also allowed lead to because people were going to die.
Now the recommendation is that the difference between the lowest bidder and then the price at which they actually bought should be surcharged to those people involved. It's simple. I think that recommendation is fair. If they would have referred you to court, and when you go to court, it's a procurement breach. The judge has the power to sentence you to not more than 5 years, and or to a fine of not more than 2,500 penalty unit, or to both. So asking that the 3 people involved should refund this money, I think is fair. That's shortening the thing. Don't you think so, Honorable? Or you prefer we refer the case to court, to the Attorney General to prosecute you? But the Attorney General is here. He's listening to us.
Chair, I think that recommendation came from the auditors.
They said they should refund the difference. That's the recommendation.
Yes. And
so I can decide to say no, go to court. But I want to go by this. So we affirm the recommendation of the auditors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Clerk, take note. Now let's go to paragraph 2127, Vice Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are talking about single source and restricted tendering, procurement without approval of PPA, 6.3 million Ghana cedis. And Honorable Minister, what this institution did was they bought vehicles, Land Cruiser, Toyota Camry, some Toyota Camrys and Land Cruisers. And the management's response for not going through the approval was that the management responded that the authority had standardized Toyota and Audi vehicles for 3 directors and Toyota saloons for heads of department because of their robustness. It meant we had to deal with Stalin, Motors Ghana Limited, Toyota Ghana Limited, being the most reputable firms in the sale of Audi Toyota vehicles, guaranteeing regular maintenance, fair price, and after-sales service. The auditor's recommendation is we recommended a management of GPHA should be sanctioned in accordance with Section 92 of the Public Procurement Act 2003, Act 663 as amended. Mr. Chairman, I pass it on to you.
This one is straightforward. We actually don't argue over this. So clerk, take notes. We'll refer this to the Attorney General for prosecution. Whatever defense you have, kindly do that in court and you'll be set free or you'll be fined. So let's move to the last one for GPHA, paragraph 2135. Failure to present contract document for audits. According to the auditors, a number of 15 contracts were not presented. The document for 15 contracts were not presented for audits. And then the auditors advised that management retrieve the document involved and forward them for audits. I want to find out if you have provided the document to the auditors for audit.
Thank you, Chair. Please, we have provided the documents to Auditor General's Department, and there was a follow-up visit to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Auditors, can you confirm this?
Honorable Chair, the said document has been presented and we have verified them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will be all for Ghana Ports and Harbour Authority. You are discharged. Let's have a Ghana Maritime Authority. Ghana Maritime Authority. GPHA, you are discharged. Kindly introduce yourselves.
Honorable Chairman, good afternoon. My name is Yao Akusa Entry, the Deputy Director General for Finance and Administration of Ghana Maritime Authority.
Honorable Chair, my name is Dr. Kwesi Uwarekon, Director of Finance.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. So your operational results is on paragraph 2061, and then the ranking member will take it.
Thank you, Chairman. I noticed that generally there was a 16% increase in your income, and income actually improved in all income subtitles, so that is good. Despite that, your profit dipped from 72 or 73 million to 71 million, a 3.2% dip. Can you explain that one?
Mr. Chairman, the slight dip of about 3% in surplus was primarily as a result of increase in staff from 193 to 238, which came with additional staff costs, amongst others. Thank you.
193 to 238. Is that what you said?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Chairman, I think that is reasonable. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So let's move on to the next one, which is management issue, paragraph 2070. Honorable Aka.
Thank you very much, Chairman. In the third paragraph, your company granted loans to a staff who have not, until the audit, paid up. So I would like to know if they have paid up now.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, all those loans have been fully paid. Thank you.
With or without interest?
We are not a banking institution. We don't grant loans to our workers with interest.
Please, so can you please answer no interest or interest? That's all, please.
No interest.
Auditors, can you confirm if the loans have been fully paid up?
All the loans have been recovered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, we know that staff loans do not attract interest. So you just answer that, oh, they didn't pay interest on it. That's all.
Chairman, he was waiting for us to talk about interest, then he said he would take it to court because you are not a banking institution. That was all what he was waiting for.
Are you a litigant?
You are not a bank, but you grant loans.
Okay, let's move on. Paragraph 2076, Honorable Philip Baswa.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, the infractions over there is about advance not recovered. The authority is here to recover an amount of 1,500,000 paid to the Ministry of Transport as an advance. And I want to know the authority of which the such amount of about 1,500,000 advance was made to the ministry. Ministry.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, in 2017, was it 2017? 2018, 2019, Mr. Chair, we had an emergency at the water leak that one of the landing sites has caved in. So they were not able to dock. In the process, because GMA is responsible for the regulation and safety on the water leak, we came to a conclusion that they should quickly move in and repair that facility and charge it into the name of Ministry of Transport. Subsequently, we had gone in and resolved in terms the financial arrangement that has been done. Thank you very much.
Was the repayment terms properly defined? Because I got to know that it wasn't properly, the repayment terms weren't properly defined. For what reason was that done?
Mr. Chair, I'm having a difficulty, but it was properly defined to the extent that the money has been refunded and everything is done. I don't know whether, if you are talking about properly defined, whether in terms of duration or whether you were supposed to pay interest or what. That is what but in terms of paying the money back, we had done that. Thank you.
So the money was just advanced to you without any necessary terms attached to it.
The money was not advanced to the ministry per se. The money was paid to the contractors in the name of the ministry to repair the facility because it was an emergency thing. And like I said, we later regularized the advancement to the contractor.
Auditors, you have something to say with regard to that?
Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Transport requested the authority to treat it as a support for social intervention activity, and that has been done in their accounts. Thank you.
All right. So I want to know the status of the retrieval process for the lockup of the money. Everything has been retrieved. I want you to confirm finally that everything has been retrieved.
Mr. Chairman, just as I said, the letter was written to them to inform them that that money was not a loan, it was a support for their social intervention. Thank you.
Which agency wrote the letter?
The Chairman, Minister of Transport.
Do you have a copy of the letter?
Mr. Chairman, I will be able to provide the letter if I'm asked to do that.
So, the Ghana Maritime Authority gave 1.5 million to the Ministry of Transport. And the Ministry of Transport wrote to Maritime Authority that they should treat it as their social intervention, right?
Mr. Chairman, let me state it again. Mr. Chairman, the money was not given to the ministry per se. The ministry asked them to pay the contractor who was repairing the landing site that has caved in at the water lake, on the water lake, because it was becoming difficult for the ferries and other things to dock, and it was an emergency situation. So we stepped in and asked GMA to pay the money because we didn't have money at that time, and it was an emergency. So immediately they paid the money. Later, subsequently, we wrote to them that instead of us paying the money, they should treat as social responsibility support that they've given it to the ministry.
So it's the duty of the ministry to repair. It's the duty of the ministry to take care of the landing site that have caved in.
Mr. Chairman, it's both the duty of both the ministry and GMA.
And GMA?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So why do you want to treat it like that? They should have treated it as an expenditure for GMA, that they have repaired the landing site. It will be part of their expenditure. That's all.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, treatment of items, like you have rightly said, they should have done because we asked them to pay and later we said that. That's why we're saying that. Then treat it as part of your social responsibility on the water lake for the people on the water lake. But like we said, they could have treated it also as an expenditure.
Yes.
Also, but maybe they really want to treat it as part of their one-off item. If the auditors come, they also question them that why they do this. Because we thought that as a ministry, we could ask them to do that.
So, I think, auditor, we should take it that way. Should be treated as an expenditure of the GMA. That's all.
We are guided. Thank you.
Honorable Mutala.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to know whether it is proper for the ministry writing to them, dictating to them how they treat an expenditure they incurred on a project that is part of their responsibility. I just want your guidance because I find it extremely not convincing. Why it has to take the ministry to write to them, directing them, or perhaps instructing them to treat an expenditure which is their part of their responsibility anyway, because the minister's response, when you ask him whether it is the ministry's responsibility or the institution's responsibility to incur that expenditure, he said both. So why must it take the ministry to write to them, asking them to treat it as their social responsibility?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have said that it was an emergency. At that time, they haven't budgeted for it in their expenditure for the year. It was not part of the expenditure item that is why, as an authority, as a ministry, which is GMA is part of the Ministry of Transport, there that they perform different functions. We asked them that, look, we are having a difficulty. Can you do this? Then later, but Mr. Chairman, I think I will take guidance from your side. Maybe later on we should have asked them that you can treat them as part of your expenditure. Or by we thought that in order for them to defend it and say that, look, we did not budget it, we didn't budget for this. But it was an extraordinary item that came from the ministry. That's why we say that, can you treat it as part of your social responsibility on the water lake?
No matter how they describe it, it's an expenditure. So it will go into their total expenditure, whether it's social responsibility or their main expenditure type or item is part of the expenditure. So that shouldn't delay us. Let's move forward. Let's go to paragraph 2082. Honorable Bauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That paragraph deals with procurement issues. And it's GMA procured a contract for the award of vessel traffic information management system at a contract sum of 647,815 euros. And then without following laid down procurement practice. And these, there are a lot of procurement breaches that the auditors have cited. Notable among them is sole sourcing without seeking PP approval. And then a whole lot of them. In the end, there are about 6 or 7 procurement breaches. And the auditors concluded that they recommend that the management of GMA should be sanctioned in accordance with Section 92 of the Public Procurement Act, Act 663 as amended. Chairman, this one I have no question to ask on it than to defer to you to
thank you very much, Honorable
pronounce.
It's a straightforward issue that you are to be sanctioned in accordance with Section 92. So we are therefore referring the case to the Attorney General. Clerk, take notes. So let's move to paragraph 2088. Honorable Kisi.
Yes, Chairman, this I'm sure would also need your guidance. This is inappropriate use of procurement methods. Amount involved is 1,333,520, and in this case there are 8 companies, and it was a non-competitive bidding which resulted in this procurement breach. And I'm sure in line with the same procurement issues, the same judgment per your guidance will be made. I'll leave that to you, Chairman.
Yeah, so paragraph 2092 read that the Director General, the Deputy Director General, Finance, and the Head of Procurement should be sanctioned in accordance with the prescriptions of Section 92 of Act 63 as amended. So, Clerk, add this one to the list. We're referring this also to the Attorney General. That'll be all for Ghana Maritime Authority. You are discharged. Now let's have Tema. PSC Tema Shipyard. PSC Tema Shipyard. Are they around? Okay. Are they in? Okay. Kindly introduce yourself.
Dr. Alexander Odusei Jr., CEO of Tema Shipyard.
All right, so we'll go to paragraph 1985. Honorable Mutala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tema Shipyard operational results. If you come and look at the table 222, losses and profit after taxation in 2019 was 11,071,000 Ghana cedis. 2018, it was 4,423,000 Ghana cedis. You have a variance of 15,494,000. Can you explain to the committee such huge variance?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Our spiral decrease is reflected in our revenue that we generated in 2019. And the revenues for Tema Shipyard is based on this bell curve type experiences that we have. And 2019, we have a low visits of vessels that reduce our revenues and therefore affected our profits and our losses.
What explains the low visits of vessels in 2019 as against the previous years?
Our challenges as a shipyard has always been with lack of retooling, and those challenges have affected our efficiency rating. And for that reason, until such time, which now we've put certain things in place to ensure that we can encourage visits. Vessels that are coming demands quick turnarounds, and the quick turnarounds is based on retooling and machinery.
When we say retooling, what do you mean?
Tools to work.
Who's asking? Mr. Minister, could you allow him to answer the question?
Equipment. Equipment with regards to cranes, forklifts, other machinery in the engineering facilities, pump for the docks, of which we have had opportunity to replace one, and we are continually upgrading some of the things that we have in place, which are obsolete.
Were these challenges made known to the ministry?
Ministry is aware and is helping us.
Were they made known to the in fact, were they made known to the minister?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Minister, I'm asking him. Not you. No, I'm asking the minister. If I want him to confirm, I would ask him to confirm. Were they made known to the minister?
It has been known to the ministry, and the ministry has helped to retool us in different forms.
So you made it known to the minister?
They are aware.
And what actions were taken to address the challenge?
At least our pump has been, one of our pumps have been replaced. Equipment has been given to us to operate from GPHA without payments, and that has helped us to improve ourselves to the extent that we are managing some of our own challenges. In fact, the ministry helped us to get support from government in our challenging times that we couldn't even pay salaries. So the ministry is very aware, and the minister has been very helpful to us to sustain ourselves.
I hope you are not just patronizing the minister because he's sitting there.
Mr. Chairman, I think the honorable member, I'm not comfortable with the word that the honorable member has used.
I said I hope.
But why can you hope? Can you withdraw this?
Mr. Chairman, if he feels,
can you, yes.
Mr. Chairman, if he feels uncomfortable with me hoping, then I'm
comfortable. I'm not saying that I'm not comfortable with hoping. I'm uncomfortable with the word patronizing.
And so that's what I'm saying. If you're uncomfortable,
no, you say hoping. I haven't withdrawn. I haven't said hoping. I said patronizing. You are saying that hoping. I'm saying that patronizing. You are talking about two.
Oh, there are two words here.
Yes.
If the minister is uncomfortable with hoping of patronizing, then I withdraw that. Can I proceed?
Mr. Chairman, I'll leave it to your judgment.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable member, the minister is not comfortable with the word patronize. Can you withdraw?
The word
withdraw
patronizing, withdrawn. Is my good friend happy now? So let me ask this question. If you check, in 2019, in fact 2018, the gross profit was 18,179,000 Ghana cedis. And it dropped in 2019 to 6,131,000. That is over 100%. And I know the profit is calculated from the difference between cost, is that not it? And sales, for example. So did this one have to do with the visit?
Mr. Chairman, cost components as identified by the honorable member is fixed cost.
Mm-hmm.
So if revenues decrease, the fixed costs do not disappear. So it will affect you still. So we are looking at revenue drop and fixed cost still being permanent, affecting your total profits and losses.
Mr. Chairman, in addition to that, if I'm permitted, Mr. Chairman, in addition to the fixed cost being maintained, Mr. Chairman, the ship cost is a specialized operation. We are having modern ships now. So all those equipment you're using to repair the new vessels, you need to incur more running cost to be able to fix these modern ships. And like he said, in addition to the fixed cost that is there, our running costs went up. That is why we made an attempt of trying to replace this equipment. Anytime that we replace equipment, it must reflect as part of the cost of Tema Shipyard. So once the equipment cost is added as a capital expenditure, the running cost also went up. But Mr. Chairman, I think that the issue of Tema Shipyard, let me add, is a very, we inherited a very dying situation. A very, very dying situation. And we are, Mr. Chairman, I cannot hear. If you can speak to the mic so that, oh, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So we are on our own trying to replace the equipment, and some of the equipment are not cheap. They are not cheap.
Minister, let me ask you. Is the Tema Shipyard a commercial entity?
Mr. Chair, I think I'll answer the question in twofold. To some extent, yes, it's commercially viable. But yes,
no.
Yes, it
is it established as a commercial entity?
Yes, it is.
So it means that management of that company must operate it as a commercial entity and make sure that they survive as a company.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it depends on the situation that you inherited a certain asset. And the asset being...
No, I'm not saying... I'm not talking about inheritance here.
Mr. Chairman...
The purpose of the establishment of that company is to be commercially viable.
Yes,
so as a management, you need to work it to be commercially viable. If it is not commercially viable, there must be a reason. And we'll need to work to tackle that reason. If it's a problem, we'll tackle it so that it becomes commercially viable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think that you have answered my question for me. That is why I was trying to arrive at that. We are trying to make sure that we revive the institution to make it commercially viable again. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, let's go to paragraph 1991. General and administrative expenses increased 1991. I won't ask you to withdraw. General and administrative expenses increased from 13,419,600 Ghana cedis in the year 2018 to 15,764,200 in the year 2019, representing 17.47% increase. And the auditors have stated that this was due to inability of the management to put effective internal controls in place to reduce costs as revenue declined. So the auditors are blaming entirely the management for your inability to put in the necessary measures to ensure that you help reduce the cost in times of such challenges.
Mr. Chairman, it is a fact, but since then it has changed. As I said, fixed cost was a challenge. There was conventions and traditions in existence in the company that affected these challenges as observed by auditors. But we can assure this chamber that if we were to come back again, which we pray not to come back, you will see a difference in our books.
Mr. Chairman, is it an admission that you failed to put in the necessary measures to ensure that this sin is avoided? If I can paraphrase what you said it is a fact. Perhaps it is a fact that the auditors have identified the challenges as a result of your inability as management to put in the necessary measures. So if you say it is a fact, however, there has been a change You are admitting that you failed to do what you were supposed to do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think that the auditors identified the problem and asked us to work towards it, which we have worked towards it to ratify it.
The reason why you are here is because of the problems the auditors identified, for which reason there are these challenges. So we are asking you questions based on what you failed to do so that we do not repeat that. That's why I'm asking the question. And I'm not asking you, Honorable Minister.
He's here, he's here in my stead.
No,
I asked him to answer questions or not. If I can answer that, he's here in my stead. He's here in my stead. No, you wait. He's here in my stead. I take a decision whether he speaks or I speak.
No, you don't. The chairman takes the decision.
Look, and I'm saying that if the question is put to me, as a minister, he is part of the Ministry of Transport. He is not part of the Ministry of Communication. Sorry, madam. He's part of the Ministry of Transport.
Saying, but the chairman determines who answers.
And I'm saying that if the chairman puts the question to the ministry, and the minister will then determine whether he answers or I do.
Question. My last question is paragraph 1993. 1993, not 1992. Oh, Mr. Chairman, I actually voted. Yes. I'm not a small boy.
Mr. Chairman, can I speak your order? How old are you?
I only take
it means that you committed a crime.
I only take good
You
care.
were not supposed to vote, and you voted. And you have made an admission, a tacit admission that in 1992.
Are you done?
I'm not that.
Mr. Chairman, I just ignore his comments. I take good care of myself. That's why I look young. Mr. Chairman, tax expenses from 1,572,100 Ghana cedis in 2018 to 1,858,200 Ghana cedis in 2019, representing 18.2% increase. This was due to inefficient tax planning. That's what the auditors say.
Honorable, I even disagree with the auditors. The tax is a function. It's a functional to something. So this cannot be the problem for management.
Mr. Chairman, I am...
If it is planned that we are going to spend X amount of money on taxation and then the budget is exceeded, then we can talk about that. This is an actual, and it's a function of something. So let's leave that.
If the auditors could...
I disagree with them, so let's leave it. All right. Thank you. No, he just registered himself. Registered that he has come. Since Monday, he has just come today. So you want to clear all the arrears. All right, so let's move to paragraph 2001. And paragraph 2001 is for Honorable Aka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director, I'd like to know if you operate as a shipyard or a shipyard a dry dock. Do you operate as a dry dock also, or only a shipyard?
Mr. Chairman, now we are a shipyard in the dry dock.
Oh, so you repair ships also? You dock the ships and repair them?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
I would like to see that. I would love to visit your place.
Always welcome.
At any rate, I miss the sea anyway. Oh, difference. There is difference here. Okay. That notwithstanding, you spent a whooping sum of 319,641.85 without any relevant documentation. And according to the auditors, it says this could result in diversion of shipyard funds for personal gains. Or is that the case?
Mr. Chairman, no. we have, I think the challenge here was documentation to support the findings. We have since submitted all those records to the auditors, and I do believe it has been resolved.
When were you able to support the documents, the payment? When? What time? You say you have supported them now.
I think when the management letters came, we submitted all those records that we had in our disposal, and it should have been cleared by now. I don't know why.
No, then it means the auditors erred, because if you had a management letter and you supplied the documents, then it means you cleared yourself. They shouldn't have added them into Auditor General's report. Is that not the case?
But that, we will not be able to speak to that.
So auditors, they are saying that they presented the documentation during the management letter, when you, and yet they appeared in the Auditor General's report.
Mr. Chairman, he didn't say that.
Okay, what did he say?
He said that after receipt. He didn't say doing the management. He said after receipt, he supplied the document to the. He didn't say that it is one doing the management distance. He said after.
Oh, after. And I wanted to know when, the time. After could be 2 years, could be 1 year, could be a month. Yes, could be yesterday. Yes, so let me know the dates, please. Minister is my very good friend, so he's just pulling my legs. So please, yes, very comfortable. Can you please give the dates when those were supplied?
Mr. Chairman, the document, I think we will go back and reconcile with the auditors, because we cannot reconcile with them here. We will go back and reconcile the documents, which one they've received, which one they have not received from us, and we will report back.
Yes, Honorable Member, let's allow the auditors to go and do the reconciliation with them.
I oblige.
Yeah. So that'll be all for you. No, I'm asking that'll be all for him, the minister. We are not done with you. The next one is paragraph 2005. Honorable Philip Baswa.
Thank you, Chairman. The fraction there is with the payment of insurance in foreign currency without authority. And the Chairman, the shipyard paid insurance amounting to 56,782.10 3 insurance companies in Ghana for insuring its plant and properties without authority from the BOG. From paragraph 2012 of the audit report, you were only given authorization to transact with enterprise insurance. What made you sideline enterprise insurance and deal with the other three companies?
Sir, can you repeat the last question? I was conferring, so we didn't hear the last part of it.
So you were supposed to deal with the enterprise insurance, but you sideline the enterprise insurance and deal with the other three companies, according to the report. We want to know the reason.
Mr. Chairman, is the auditor's report saying that we sidelined them or we did not deal with them? I don't think that we sidelined them. Did he say that we sidelined them or we... Yes, I want to see if the word used that we sidelined them or...
Per the auditor's recommendation, per what we have about the auditors, if you go to the paragraph 2005 and 2006, all these are there. Are you abreast with it? Do you have the document with you, auditors?
That you sidelined them?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if the auditors can draw my attention to it, I don't think that we sidelined them.
Auditors.
Is it in your report? Confirm.
Honorable Chair, I think our recommendation was basically on doing business in local currency and not in foreign currency. Thank you.
But before then, I want to know whether you deal with the 3 companies or you deal with the insurance company, enterprise insurance company. That's what I want to know.
So the third line is your, but not by the audited, by you.
Please, my question is, I want to know whether you deal with the 3 companies or you deal with the insurance company. I want to know.
Insurance companies.
They made mention of 3 other companies that you deal with them, and then that is
they are all licensed insurance companies, and we deal with several insurance companies.
So, specifically, which insurance company you deal with?
Honorable member, table 225 gave you names of the companies that they dealt with. Sunu Assurance Ghana Limited. They paid them $1,620 US. Serene Insurance, $16,162. And SIC Insurance Company Limited, $39,000. That gave the total of 56. So they dealt with 3 companies.
All right. Having known this, from where I got it from, I thought it was sidelined, and 2012 it was sidelined. So
I thought that you have dropped your word sideline, and we are still going back.
Okay. All right, you deal with the 3 companies. Okay, you were being expected to deal with them in a local currency. Have you been doing that?
Mr. Chairman, the issue is that per the nature of equipment that we import, if the equipment breaks down, they buy the equipment in dollars. So when they are charging, they charge us in dollars, but we pay in cedis. They will bring us the bill that you are supposed to pay $1,500, but we pay them in equivalent in cedis. So if you see $1,500 is there, not that we physically pay them $1,500. We are, of course, aware about the rules of Bank of Ghana. So we pay them equivalent in cedis. Thank you.
Chairman, I think...
Chairman, thank you. The infraction is that we are not supposed to deal in foreign currency as a Ghanaian, and that is against the law. That is the first infraction. So that's the one we want you to respond to.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think I have said it that they bring us the bill. They bring us the bill in dollars. By paying them, we pay them in cedis, equivalent to whatever invoice that they've given.
Do they bring you a bill in dollars in the first place? Because that is against the law.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's true. The policy that they guarantee for it is in dollars. That's why subsequently we have sat down with them. But then we also don't control the invoicing that they give to us. But we sat down with them that this is creating problems with the auditors. So even if they raise it in dollars, they should attach the CD equipment to it so that we can also pay. And we are doing that. But when they when they were bringing the distance in dollars, we were not paying dollars, we were paying in local currency.
Can the auditors confirm that one?
Honorable Chair, at the time of the audit, they were dealing in dollars. Who were seeing dollars invoices, and that is where we cautioned them not to.
And what about dollar payments?
They were dealing in dollars.
Paying in dollars?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
My understanding is that the invoicing was in dollars, but the payment was in cedis. But nevertheless, if you say you are the advisors that we should stop both processes, and since then we've spoken.
Do you have dollar accounts?
We do. We do because we do.
It could be true that you pay in dollars.
Mr. Chairman, we do contract for foreign companies and they pay us in dollars. So, but once they advise us, we stop the invoicing. So,
the thing is that when you are going to insure your equipment, you also use dollar value, the city. That is why they charge you in dollars. That is it. All right, so let's go to the last one for the company, paragraph 2013, Honorable Bauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, 2013, the infraction deals with GPHA paying one Dr. Daniel Tete Bedu, who uses the GPHA clinic to treat GPHA staff, and then you pay him instead of paying the money to GPHA clinic. And the auditors have on table 226 outlined a number of PVs that this money is totaling 78,353.92 were paid. And they blame the anomaly on the absence of a policy document between management of the shipyard and the GPHA clinic on how issues of such nature should be managed. So in the first place, we need to get to find out from you whether you've now put in place a policy to deal with such issues when they arise. And the recommendation the auditors gave was that the finance manager should produce consent or authorization from GPHA clinic to pay the amount of 78,353.92 to Dr. Daniel Tetibadu, failing which the amount should be recovered from the said doctor and same paid to GPHA clinic. So, Mr. Minister, can you tell us how far you've dealt with this recommendation?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think, Mr. Chairman, it is true there was some confusion between GPHA and shipyard because at a point in time, shipyard was under the administration of GPHA. So some of these infractions occurred. And since they asked us we have put in place a policy document relating directly to the operations of the shipyard and that of the GPHA. So that policy, this thing has been put in place. And the second recommendation of getting approval from the listeners has also been done. So we've given it to them, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
So, Auditor General, can you confirm whether you've cited a policy document on how issues of treating staff of the shipyard will be done with and then also
Honorable Chair, the policy document, we don't have it, but the issue has been ratified, we have verified. But for the policy document, we don't have it. Thank you.
But we will not have the ratification from the GPHA clinic.
Honorable Chair, yes.
Mr. Minister, I will urge you to, as a matter of agency, put together the policy document, or if you have it, you have, like you've said, give them to the auditors.
Mr. Chairman, I'll do that. We have the policy document, and if the auditors request, well, now that they are requesting for one, I'll give it to them.
Mr. Chairman, that will be all for me.
Thank you very much. So that will be all for PSC Tema Shipyard. You are discharged. Minister, I think that will be all for you. No, it's now under Ministry of Education. So, Minister, you are discharged together with the shipyard. Now, let's have Ministry of Justice, IOKO, and then Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. Let's have these two.
I swear by the Almighty God that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister for Justice and Attorney General, kindly introduce yourselves to the committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I am Diana Asonaba Dapa, Deputy Attorney General and Deputy Minister for Justice. Respectfully, Honorable Chair, if I may, yield the microphone to my team members to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I am Abba Jacqueline Opoku, Deputy Executive Director for Intelligence and Monitoring with the Economic and Organized Crime Office, IOKO. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is William Opoku Amwakon, the Head Finance, IOKO.
Honorable Chair, my name is Reynald Kwashi, Director General Administration, Office of the Attorney General, Ministry of Justice.
So, I got all the Deputy Minister. What is the head of the IOKO?
Respectfully, Honorable Chair, I think the head of IOKO, the executive director, has had to attend to some matters and has therefore delegated his deputy to appear before the committee this morning.
Last year, she did not attend. This year, too, she did not. We are taking note.
Very Honorable Chair, we will ensure that the next time he
It should be communicated to her that the chairman of the committee is not happy that she's not coming or appearing before the committee.
Very well noted, Chair.
So, we'll go to 1527 of the report paragraph. There is some numbering error, but we'll manage it. So it started with 1527 to 1528, then it dropped to 1404. But we'll manage it. Now, if we take the 1587, it's about operational result of IOKO. And you continue to make deficits. Even though there was a drop of 40% in deficit from 2018 to 2019, it is still a deficit or a loss. Now, your total income increased by 7%. Your expenditure increase, total expenditure increased by 4%. I think that has resulted in the drop in the deficit. How is the current situation look like? Are you still making losses, or now you are breaking even?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'll yield respectfully the microphone to IOKO to speak directly to it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I think the current situation has improved, and we are making surpluses this time around.
Okay, that's good. All right. Let's go straight to paragraph 1411, ranking member.
The auditors noted that the regional offices of IOKO, or the five regional offices, could not provide the land title documents to substitute ownership of the lands on which the regional offices are situated. The offices are Cape Coast, Ho, Koforidua, Kumasi, and Sunyani. And the recommendation is that the management of this region should take steps to acquire the necessary land title documents. Has it been done?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Indeed, the recommendations have been done and have been complied with. And I'll again, with your permission, yield the floor to IOKO to speak directly to it, particularly specifying the steps that have been taken so far to regularize the ownership of the properties. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. As indicated, the auditors did raise issue about the processes that had not yet been complied with to indicate the land title for the assets in Koforidua, Ho, Sunyani, Cape Coast, and Kumasi. So far, our Cape Coast office has attained the title to the land, and the deed of registration has been completed. For the others, we found that we had some issues in Koforidua, but we finally received the appropriate site plan because we were given a different one, and we had to draw attention and go through the process of getting the cadastral done. So the land title processes are currently underway for Koforidua. For Ho, as at the time, we did not have the land title, but we have acquired the site plan, and we are in the process of paying for the necessary documentation because our regional office has had to take steps to engage the Lands Commission on the matter. In Sunyani also, a site plan has currently been obtained, and we are also in the process, but we haven't completed. With Kumasi, the property belongs to the RCC. And even though we are in possession, RCC has given us the permission. We've also taken steps to make it fit for purpose. But we have still not gone through to be able to acquire the site plan, since the documents are still in the name of the RCC. So it's a work in progress, if I may say. Thank you, sir.
Minister, I think the answer from the officer is contradicting what you said. I hope you realize that.
Honorable Chair, I'm afraid I'm disinclined to admit that, considering that the report captured that there were no land titles, and the Deputy Executive Director had indicated that we have acquired, for instance, land title to the Cape Coast property. And then we have also taken further steps in procuring this, the site plans to enable us to pay the necessary amounts for the relevant documentation. So I believe that To some extent, the recommendations have been complied with. Thank you, Chair.
I don't want to argue with you, but let's leave it there. So, just to leave it there, because I'm sure you know that site plans are not line titles, and that is why I don't want to argue with you on that matter. Yes, please.
Chairman, thank you. Flowing from the answer of the IOKO rep, it appears we are making a fetish of the processes leading to acquisition of site plan, not in respect of you alone, but a lot of state agencies. Site plans are the primary document any entity or person must have if you want to acquire land or property. It's one of the first things you acquire. And it's about engaging a surveyor, taking dimensions of the land, and producing a cadastral map for you. But it appears that officials will come here and we are taking steps to get site planned. So convoluted. So as a committee, we are worried about such process because you see, it paves the way for private entities to encroach on state lands and state property. So we don't want to have this next year when you come back here. Let's take steps, engage surveyors, get your site plan, get your deed of assignment, whatever it is done, then we can regularize title. That is why the auditors are flagging this in respect to a lot of entities. So let's do this properly and quickly. Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I think the honourable member rightly makes imperative points on the site plan, but to also say that I think when we met IOKO, our concern was, as he has expressed, on the issue of encroachment. And then I found out that most of these properties that we're speaking about, not to say that we are in good company, are already in possession of IOKO. We have offices there, they are there, situated there currently and operating from these offices. And we find that there has been some substantial steps. In fact, I've just been given some communication that we've had with the regional offices and the Land Commission. So rightly to stay, but to also put on records that, in fact, the risk of the encroachment is not as high as we see in the case of IOKO, because I was particularly also worried and found that they are indeed in residence on these lands, but very well noted. Thank you, Chair.
All right, so next one is paragraph 1529, Vice Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are talking about failure to recover crime proceeds from suspects. And this is 112,593 Ghana cedis. And there's a tall list over here. And IOKO, the regional director, explained that the regional office does not have the legal expertise to prosecute suspects to recover monies from them. That's IOKO talking. The auditors recommended the regional director to liaise with the legal unit at the head office to help them to prosecute and recover monies from the suspects. What is the status of these amounts now?
Honourable Chair, if I heard you correctly, what's the status of the amounts?
As to the collection.
As to the collection. My Lord, Honourable Chair, may I respectfully again yield the floor to the IOKO officers to speak to that. Again, at the risk of incurring the Honourable Chair's wrath, some steps again have been taken, some monies have been recovered, but I'll leave it to IOKO to particularize and speak to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the amount outstanding, the amount initially was about 190,000, and this was from various agencies and individuals within a number of institutions. Eventually, our regional office engaged the the Attorney General's Department in WA, and with his support, demand notices were issued, failing which we were to proceed with the prosecutions. After that, the amount reduced from 112,593 Ghana cedis and 84 pesos to 54,850 Ghana cedis and 74 pesos. So from 190,000, it reduced to 112,000, and currently the outstanding balance is 54,850 Ghana cedis and 74 pesos. Before we came in, we had to confer with the regional offices, with WA in particular. Our information is that the Attorney General's officer there has been liaising with us, and we are ready with a few dockets to proceed for prosecutions in those matters. While whether they continue with the recoveries or not, we are taking steps to follow through the prosecutions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam, I'm not impressed. We are in 2023. How much is outstanding?
Mr. Chair, the amount outstanding is 54,850 Ghana cedis and 74 pesos.
If IOKO could not collect this, IOKO cannot collect this, where are we now? You see, it's just like a military man who is afraid to get an injection. If he's afraid and he's crying, are we in good hands?
Mr. Chair, respectfully, without being dismissive of your concern, Mr. Chair, our position has been that it is perhaps more imperative to procure those funds than to go on the tangent of prosecution, which, as most of us are aware, invariably may not bring back the monies. And so we have explored all those avenues of, engaging the defaulters to get those monies. But clearly, I think we have not been lax, and will proceed to ensure that some payments have been made by all the individuals who are still disinclined to, as it were, go contrary to the agreements, the settlement agreement we had with them. Will do the needful. Thank you.
Madam, another question that I wanted to ask IOKO is this. When we interview most of the auditees who come to us, especially at district assemblies, they all claim that IOKO has come for their records and they've never brought them back. Their documents, and they've never brought them back. This is why I'm a little concerned over here, because it looks like either let me reserve my comments. Look, it's either we don't care about the documents, or we don't know what to do with the documents. And if it's IOKO, we would expect a higher standard.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I believe this issue came up last year, so I would again yield the floor to the Deputy Executive Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to mention that last year when this matter came up, it was a matter of concern for us that we shouldn't have these issues repeating itself. So what we have done is we have engaged with both officers from the head office and with our regional directors, so that as soon as we are done with whatever analysis we need from the specific documents required, we make efforts to return those. But in addition to that, we even had our regional officers participate in the PAC hearings in the regions, just so that we can continue to engage more actively and then ensure that at whatever level, whatever it is that we need to communicate would be done in a timely fashion, so that we will not have this situation where the committee will have to raise issue as people seek to rely on certain information they may convey to you, whether it's accurate or not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Will the auditors confirm what they just said about the amounts?
Honorable Chair, at the time of the audit, the balance outstanding was 112,593.84, and as at now, 55,743.10 has been recovered, leaving an outstanding of 56,850. Thank you.
Honorable Roxon.
Chairman, thank you very much. Like the Vice Chairman said, we expect higher standards from IOKO, because IOKO is one of the vanguards of dealing with leakages and seepages within the public sector. Now, I am particularly worried by the comments of the auditors in paragraph 1531 at page 340 of the report. The auditors are claiming that when these matters came up and they reached out to the regional director, he had this to say. He explained that the regional office does not have the legal expertise to prosecute suspects to recover monies from them. When AG, you are aware that the Parent Act setting up IOKO gives them prosecutorial powers. So if an entity with prosecutorial powers says that they don't have legal expertise to recover monies from, and it's worrying. You see, when those who listen to us want the committee as well as the agencies to help. So some of these comments are attributable to officials. It bothers me. It means we are not doing enough, or it appears as a regional director, he doesn't appreciate his role. Otherwise, this comment wouldn't come from him to the auditors. So when we come back next year, we want these matters resolved, and let IOKO be more resolute in dealing with these issues. That's all I want to say.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. In fact, I'm happy to let the Honorable Member, who is also my learned brother, know that there has been improvement in the recruitment of legal officers for IOKO. In fact, we have just had to recruit some lawyers usually and then second them to the IOKO office. I'm informed that some of these lawyers have completed their pupillage together with other senior attorneys who would be sent to those regional offices. So it was really an issue of recruitment. Apparently, I'm hearing that some of them, when they come, will seek for greener pastures within Ghana, and so would have left to other private practice or other government institutions. So I'm sure that by next year, when we will not have this issue, as we have done the recruitment, and we will send them shortly to the regional offices. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So that will be all for IOKO. Honorable Minister, you are discharged.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Except to say that I also had some childhood in Tajewu. So when you mentioned
Tajewu,
yes, I used to attend Apostles Revelation Society.
Oh, so you'll be coming to Tajewu?
Yes. So and Ovenu prayed for me when I was in the womb. So
okay.
I'm happy.
Great.
You are the MP for that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's my constituency, actually. Right. Now let's take Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. Now they should be sworn in. Clerk, can you swear them in? Have they been sworn in? Good. Honorable Minister, have you also been sworn in?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kindly introduce yourselves to the committee.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Ignatius Bafo. I'm the Sector Minister for Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. I will leave the rest of my team members to introduce themselves.
Yes. I'm Kizito Balance, the Chief Director for the Ministry.
Honorable Chair, I'm Dr. John Ofori Tinkrine, Director General for SSNIT.
Honorable Chair, I am Michael Addo. I'm the Deputy Director General in charge of Finance and Administration.
Honorable Chair, I'm Kofi Osafo-Mafo. I'm Deputy Director General in charge of Investments and Development.
Honorable Chair, I'm Jizzy Ollins-Lindsay, General Counsel. Thank you.
So, Kofi Osafo-Mafo, you are the Deputy General, right? Deputy Director General.
Sir.
And then we have Deputy Director Specifics.
Yes.
If there's a general, there will be specifics.
No, Deputy Director General for Investments and Development, sir.
For Investment and Development, okay. All right, thank you very much. You are welcome. Before we even start, the issue about the Sector Minister for SSNIT, the last time we came, you came here with an issue that we asked Director General to go and do something on it. Can you brief me if you have worked and then tell me who is the Sector Supervising Minister now for SSNIT? Start, Director General will come to the Minister himself.
Yes, Honorable Chair, yes, the last time we were here, you raised that issue, and I told the committee that the matter was before my board chair. Honorable Chair, I'm happy to report that we've made significant progress on that. So since the Minister is here, with your permission, I'd like the Minister to take off from my submission.
Honorable Minister, kindly take over.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, with your permission, I want to read a letter I received from the Presidency dated 30th January 2023. Designation as Minister responsible for pensions. Pursuant to Section 211 of the National Pensions Act 2008, Act 766 as amended, I hereby designate you as the Minister responsible for pensions with immediate effect, which means you will be responsible for the National Pensions Regulatory Authority, NPRA, and the Social Security and National Insurance Trust, SSNIT. I take this opportunity to congratulate you formally on your designation. It is my hope that you will carry out the duties imposed on you under Act 766 diligently, and that you will oversee the successful implementation of its provisions. Yours sincerely, signed, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and addressed to Honorable Ignatius Bafo, MP, Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, Accra.
Thank you very much. That's very refreshing. That now we can say that when we call SSNIT, SSNIT now has a minister who can lead SSNIT to appear before us. So we are grateful. We want to thank Director General and yourself, Minister, and congratulate you for being given that responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So now let's go straight to your issues. And the first one is your operational results in paragraph 1795 of the report. And in that report, your performance in terms of operational result, you continue to make losses. In 2018, you made 442 million Ghana cedis loss. And in 2019, the loss increased by 6.8% to 472 million loss. So you continue to make losses. Now, how is the situation like as of 2021 and 2022? Has it changed or it remained the same?
Honorable Chair, I will want to defer to the Managing Director so that he will answer.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, your observation is correct. Yes, 2018, we recorded a deficit, a net deficit, and same in 2019. Honorable Chair, the auditors also recognized that we had an increase, a marginal increase in revenue, but the biggest part of our expense, which is the direct expenditure, which is the pensions that we pay, went up significantly. They also noted, Honorable Chair, that our operational expense in paragraph 1800, actually the administrative expense went down, decreased by 18 million Ghana cedis, which is about a 6.3% fall in administrative costs. Honorable Chair, what led to these losses in both periods were shortfalls that we experienced from the anticipated remittances from the Controller and Accountant General in respect of public sector workers' contributions. Honorable Chair, I am happy to report that in 2020, we recorded a surplus of about 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. So basically, the two surpluses have been wiped off, and the 2021 recorded a marginal deficit of about 302 million. And 2022 is actually going to be a surplus. So, Honorable Chair, that is where we are.
Now, your curve is going up and dropping sharp and rising up again, and it doesn't look good. It's going like this. It's not even.
Yes.
Or steadily up like this. This way, it's going to be a one-off transaction that resulted in a surplus of over 1 billion in 2020. And that transaction wasn't there in 2021. That is why you resulted in deficit of 300 plus. So there must be a reason why you made that big surplus in 2020. And it's one-off. It doesn't look good.
Yes, so Honorable Chair, the way the SSNIT accounting is done on a cash basis, a modified cash basis. The accruals from contributions are not recorded in the accounts. It's kept, quote unquote, off balance sheet.
Okay.
So there are accruals that have occurred which has to be remitted by the employers. And those accruals, we pursue them to get them paid. So, Honorable Chair, we have private sector accruals, and then we have public sector accruals. And it is the public sector accruals which is a bit challenged. So that is the ones that we need to pursue.
So those of us who are in the public sector, government is not paying our SSNIT contribution on time. Won't it affect our pensions?
Honorable Chair, the short-term answer is no, because if you retire today, we would not say that your contributions have not been remitted as long as it's been filed and acknowledged by your employer that you were working. So we would go ahead and pay you everything that is due you. What would happen though is that if this continues persistently, there's going to be a time where we wouldn't have the cash to pay.
Yeah, okay. Once it will not affect the individual entitlements, it will affect your ability to honor your obligations.
That's correct, sir.
All right. Thank you. Let's move on to the next one. To management issues. And paragraph 1806, where you made about $11.8 million loss on liquidated investment. You made an investment, you liquidated the investment, and you make a whooping loss of 11.794, almost $11.8 million. Management is urged to investigate the non-performance of the investment with the aim of ensuring value for money and ensure that effective feasibility studies are carried out before investing. Management should also ensure that officers whose actions have led to the loss are appropriately sanctioned for the loss. Now, just tell us briefly why the loss. 3 investments. 6 million, 3.6 million, and 2 million. Why the loss?
Honorable Chair, I would defer to the Deputy Director General Investment to respond to this.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much for that question. I think there are several issues to point out. First, just to respond to the issue of feasibility studies, we do carry out full feasibility studies on the investments. And I would also like to put this into context. These are companies that closed down in 2014 and 15. That is for Ningo Salt, Granite and Marbles, and the Canadian International Fund for Africa. And it is on liquidation that we incur those losses. What we are doing very actively, and we do, is that we seek to minimize the losses on liquidation, Honorable Chair. And that is what we've worked at in all 3 cases. In the case of Ningo Salt, the situation that arose was that the market conditions for Ningo Salt changed. They were selling iodized salt to Unilever, and the pricing went bad. Indebtedness became an issue, and also the plant faced problems, and the effects compounded. And that is how they arrived at that situation. What we did there was that we essentially recovered our loans from EcoBank, and that minimized the loss there. In the case of the Canadian fund, we retrieved about 2.8 million or so of the funds from that fund. And in Granite and Marbles, we got back our social security contributions. So, Honorable Chair, in this case, just to put into context, these are companies that went defunct, but we've sought to minimize the losses to the trusts.
So the total investment of 14.7, the figures we mentioned now, when you take it off from the 14.7, is a balance the 11.7, Or
yes, that is accurate, Honorable Chair.
All right.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to seek your indulgence on something.
Okay.
If you recall, when we came here last year, these same issues came up. And like he said from his answer, these were actions which were taken way back in, say, 2014, but it continues to appear in the report every year. At our level, we've been discussing what it is that we have to do, because it is in the books, it has actually no value now, and it continues to reoccur. So we want to seek the advice of both the auditors and your committee on how we should proceed.
If you say it's in the book, you mean this is been recognized, hasn't been recognized as losses in the books of the SSNIT? If it's recognized in the books of SSNIT as losses, it will be treated in a year the transaction took place, and that will end it. Why should it be remain in the book?
Honorable Chair, liquidation is complete and therefore it has no value in our books.
Yeah, so you don't have this in your book again as standing in the books of SSNIT. You don't have it again. This company have been liquidated. There are no more investment in your records.
Honorable Chair, in our books, they are not in our books.
All right, so that will end it. So after this report, we don't expect this one to appear again, but these particular companies in any other report again, unless it is already captured in 2021 report. If it is there, we'll talk about it. But we don't expect that from 2023 report, it should appear in any other reports. All right, so let's go to paragraph 18:16. Ghana Road Fund loan default. I think you've granted Road Fund that SSNIT signed loan agreement with Road Fund for 109 million Ghana cedis. The auditors noted that the review of the loan files that Ghana Road Fund defaulted in paying the 109, resulting in an outstanding loan balance of 146. So that is the loan plus the interest as of December 2019. Management is urged in consultation with the Ministry of Finance and Ghana Road Fund to enforce paragraph 11.0 of the loan agreement, which requires attachment of road fund accounts at Bank of Ghana and GCB to recover the money. What action did you take?
Mr. Chairman, once again, I will want to defer to the Deputy Director General in charge of investment.
Honorable Chairman, the action we've taken on this is that we've been in constant dialogue with the Ministry of Finance to recoup those sums. And at the last meeting that we had, we got a response back from the Ministry of Finance and agreed on a sum of 174,648,401 in settlements for the amount. That was the proposal that we sent to the Ministry of Finance. We have received a response from them which says that they will essentially revert to us. But we have been in continuous dialogue with the ministry in trying to get those sums repaid, Honorable Chairman.
So is the money still accruing interest?
Honorable Chair, as the answer now is no, because when we had that meeting at the ministry, in fact, the SSNIT board decided that we have to draw the line and give them a bill to settle. So we agreed on that negotiated bill of 170-something odd million Ghana cedis to which the minister has written to acknowledge and said he is making arrangements to make payment. So at the moment, the amount that we are expecting to be paid is what we agreed on. And that amount included interest that had accrued up to the time the settlement decision was made.
When was the settlement decision taken?
Honorable Chair, I believe it was maybe third quarter last year, 2022.
Oh, okay, third quarter 2022.
Yes.
Now, if the ministry defaults or default in honoring the promise, is there a clause in that agreement to open up again for the money to accrue interest?
Honorable Chair, unfortunately, there's no such clause.
So if they don't pay in 2-3 years, the value will go down. Don't you think so?
Obviously so. But Honorable Chair, I think the onus is then on us to continue to remind the ministry that this payment needs to be made ASAP in order to preserve the value of the money.
So clerks, take note of this particular infraction which you are working on, and then take account of the responses given by the ministry. So paragraph 1823, Honorable Roxanne.
Chairman, thank you very much. SSNIT is another damning observation by the auditors. The auditors observed that as much as 140 million and more were uncovered from your trial balance as being GOG's portion of the student's loan. Now, their worry is that it couldn't provide sufficient evidence supporting that indication in your trial balance. And so this was an observation, Chairman, in 2020. Now I want to find out in January, or now we are in February, today's 1st February 2023. Have you been able to provide sufficient evidence in support of that indication in your trial balance regarding this amount of money?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I want to defer to the Deputy Director of Finance and Admin.
Honorable Chair, I'm pleased to report that yes, we have provided the information the auditor requested. We retrieved that from our archives and provided all that information to the auditor, which they have acknowledged receipt of.
Now, before I get to the auditors, they indicated from as far back into time as 1989 up to 2013. So if you are telling the committee that you've been able to retrieve all this sufficient evidence, then let me, auditors, do you have copies of these documents and verify them?
Honorable Chair, yes, they provided those documents and we verified them.
Now, the other observation by the auditors is that you could lose this amount of money. What is the state of recovery of this amount of money from the government? Because this is a portion that government is supposed to bear as part of the student's loan. So how have you fared in terms of retrieving that from government?
Honorable Chair, on our part, we continue to dialogue and communicate with the Ministry of Finance on this indebtedness, and we do that monthly.
Dialogue. Have you succeeded in getting something at all?
Honorable Chair, as part of the indebtedness of government to SSNIT, we have had a few meetings with the minister, which the minister has presided over. In fact, it's even gone all the way to our board. So it's become a matter of standard reporting for our board and the minister is aware that there is these outstanding issues to settle. So we are on it, Honorable Chair.
Okay, this committee wants to find out that post-2013, because this is between 1989 and 2013, post-2013, what is the situation? Are you in the same scenario? Are you in the same circumstance? Or there's improvement?
Honorable Chair,
as to the government portion of the student loan.
In respect of the government portion of the student loan indebtedness that is accrued on the books, none of it has been paid since inception. So, and that is what we have now documented and put before the minister.
So this is much more than the 140 million the auditors observed.
Yes, Honorable Chair, if you were to add interest, the number is bigger than the 140, because the 140 is...
It's actually for that period, 89 to 2013.
Yes, per the schedule that you've seen,
yes,
those monies were due in those periods.
Yes.
Yes, so we are having that conversation, Honorable
Okay.
Chair.
Chairman, I think we should take note of it and make some proposals. It's because it will affect their operations. Future beneficiaries may suffer. They may not be given the facility if this situation persists.
So, clerk, take notes. The next one is paragraph 1834, and Vice Chairman will take it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are talking about failure to transfer divestiture proceeds from the exit of Subri Industrial Plantation Limited to the trust. This is to the tune of $626,522 US. What is the status of this thing now, this amount now?
Honorable Chair, we haven't received that money yet. Again, just to put it into context, the divestiture took place in 2012. We have pursued it with the Ministry of Finance, who have directed us to SIGA, and we have pursued it with SIGA as well. SIGA have asked that we provide further information, including the proof of ownership in the shares and the valuation reports that were undertaken at the time. We have done that and sent it to them, and we will continue pursuing it, Honorable Chair.
When did you send it to, is it SIGA? When did you send it to them?
We did so in the last month, sir.
Oh, last month?
Yes, very recently.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because, yeah, I see that you wrote a letter over here, March 7th, 2018. And by the Deputy Director General of Investment and Development, requesting the Honorable Minister of Finance to transfer the proceeds. See, paragraph 1836 is very instructive. It said the inadequate effort by management coupled with the unwillingness of the Minister of Finance to transfer the proceeds to the trust caused this anomaly. What?
Honorable Chair, may I respond? Sorry.
Okay, respond. Oh, Minister, I thought I was going to get some information.
No, I thought this was a comment you made. It was not soliciting a response.
If he's ready to give a response, the whole country is waiting for it.
Honorable Chair, we have had communications post the 2018 with the ministry, and they then did refer us to SIGA. And so SIGA then wrote to us. So in between this audit and the current position, we have sent information to SIGA. That is what I wanted to add, Honorable.
When do you anticipate this issue coming to an end?
Honorable Chair, that would be very difficult to answer and give a precise date. It's been running for quite a while.
Auditors, do you have anything to say about this?
Honorable Chair, really the money has not been retrieved, but the corresponding between SSNIT and Ministry of Finance were cited and we verified them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
You sent a letter last month. Is it last month?
Within this month, actually.
Within this month,
yes.
No, today is 1st February.
Sorry, beg your pardon. In January.
In January.
Beg your pardon.
Have you had the response from the Ministry of Finance?
The letter went to SIGA because that
SIGA
has been referred to.
Has there been a response?
Not yet. I think it's too soon, sir, to expect a response, given the date we sent.
Why did you wait till January before you send a letter?
Because we're coming to public accounts.
Well, after you receive our invitation, you send a letter after you receive our invitation. You received a letter inviting you to come to public accounts, then you quickly wrote to SIGA.
No, sir. In fact,
No, just accept. We'll move forward. Actually, that's the fact.
I will accept it and move forward. just to add, sir, that we have actually been in constant dialogue with SIGA regarding our SOEs, and therefore this issue has come up several times in the last month, in January and also in December when we met SIGA. So hence my point that we are in constant dialogue.
Okay. Because there are a lot of monies here. SSNIT is people's pension. We need to protect it well. Now, the next one, paragraph 1842, is on non-performing unlisted entities. Now, you have some investment in some of these companies. CDH Financial Holdings, you have 1.3% shares. Metro Mass Transit Limited, you have 11.67%. Accra Abattoir Company Limited, you have 36.63%. Force Aluminium Company Limited, you have 44%. Kumasi Abattoir Limited, 52.97%. Trust Sports Emporium, 60%. NTHC Limited, 75%. Intercity STC Limited, 80%. Trust Logistics, they wrote there 0%. That's what the report said. Then Ogwa Hotels, that's Rich Royal Hotel, 94.43%. Then Golden Beach Hotels Limited, 100%. Trust Logistics is now 100%. Initial one you say 0. I don't know whether this is another one, but this one 100%. Ghana Industrial and Commercial Estates Limited, 100%. Grand Regency Hotel, 25%. RSS Developers Limited, 60%. Switchback Developers Limited, 70%. And Trust Line Properties Limited, 70%. So these are the shares you held in these 15 companies, and the value of the initial considerations in cedi is 63.1%, and in dollars, some of them are in dollars, 65.8%. Now, Auditors have advised management to investigate the non-performance in these investments and ensure that the value for money is achieved. You are further advised or urged to adopt a better strategy in handling these companies to avoid further losses. Auditors also urge management to perform thorough feasibility studies before undertaking any investment. What is the status of all these 15 investments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair,
yes.
I will want to invite the Deputy Director General in charge of investment to respond to this.
Honourable Chair, if I may, I'll take them one at a time, but very briefly, so that if there are any further questions, I can answer them. With respect to CDH, the issue there is that the underlying companies, that's the assets management company underpinning it, and the savings and loans company, both have lost their regulatory license. So as a result, we do not expect really to make any good returns from that particular investment. With respect to Metro Mass Transit, there, Honourable Chairman, that was an economically targeted investment. The pricing of fares for Metro Mass are really not on commercial terms, Honourable Chair. So we do not envisage making commercial returns in that investment, simply as a result of the fact that it was seen as call it a corporate social responsibility investment, and that pricing is not commercial. With respect to the Accra Abattoir, again, is a similar situation. The pricing and regulatory environment in the abattoir industry is very difficult and not supportive of the company, and this was also a CSR investment, and it will struggle to make good returns. We are looking to exit. An external party has shown interest and is doing due diligence on the company. With respect to Force Aluminium, Force again is suffering from what is happening in the industry with respect to imports coming in. What we've done there essentially, Honourable Chairman, is that we have offset the loan that we gave to Force in addition to our equity by obtaining land from them. So we've minimized our position in Force Aluminium. With regards to Kumasi Abattoir, the key issue there is, again, very similar to Accra Abattoir. It's a corporate social responsibility investment. We did lend $1 million Ghana cedis to the company to perfect their titles. That has been an overhang to their finances, and they are going to, in fact, a resolution was passed at the last AGM for them to sell some of their spare land to repay our loan. That will improve their finances somewhat and their operations. And that sale, Honourable Chair, will not affect their commercial operations. With respect to Trust Sports Emporium, again, this was an investment that was commenced as a corporate social responsibility and part of our 50th anniversary celebrations. The investment was made in November 2015. In November 2015. The strategy there was that we do recognize that the asset is better in the hands of the Ministry of Youth and Sports. So we've now bought our partner out and we own 100%, and we are in dialogue with the ministry with the expectation that we could potentially execute a swap for some assets or some other consideration so that the asset is better utilized. With regards to NTHC, Honorable Chair, the company is in a particularly difficult position, and that position, just to summarize, arose from the fact that we gave them a loan in 2012 on which they defaulted. Subsequently, they purchased some commercial paper or gave out a loan to some customers of theirs that was not repaid. It created a negative equity position in their accounts and made it very difficult for them to publish their accounts and also meet regulatory requirements. As a trust, we were caught in a very difficult situation, and we considered what I would call the worst of the best of the two evils, if I could say so, in that we converted our debt to equity so that the company could meet its regulatory requirements and then work its way out of its position. And that prevented the company from shutting down. Subsequently, where we are is that conditions are still difficult. We have reached out to the regulator and also to the Ministry of Finance to meet the negative equity position in order to sustain the company. But in terms of the ongoing operations, it's been restructured. They have published the accounts as required, and they are working essentially towards recovering all the assets that are on the other side of the loan, and aggressively so. And the added point I make, Honorable Chair, is that there are issues within this that are being investigated by IOKO. Intercity STC, Honorable Chairman. We own 80% of that. The accounts, as have been requested, have been audited. Again, the company, in terms of trading, has found itself in a difficult position on the back of COVID. So over that period, performance was not adequate. But the company is working on improving its performance. It's repositioned itself in terms of the strategy, and also is extending some other services that it ordinarily undertakes. And so again, Honorable Chair, that is one that we are continuing to monitor and work with management to improve its performance. Trust Logistics, Honorable Chair, the company is executing a turnaround strategy, and that involves leveraging on its landed assets. It's taken a few steps which are very positive in that regard. Indeed, it's gone from a significant loss position to at the EBITDA level, that's earnings before interest, tax, and depreciation. It's now come neutral, but it's still in a difficult position. It's managed to execute partnerships with other companies which involve leveraging its land, and we are in early discussions with other companies or another company to go into partnership in order to leverage some of their assets further. Ridge Royal Hotel, Honorable Chair, and Golden Beach Hotels I'll treat as one. Both companies clearly suffered from the 2-year COVID period. Performance is improving, and I note that in the Auditor General's report, they did talk about an occupancy level. That occupancy is now about 62% from the mid-30s or so, which was stated in the accounts. In there, we are looking to resolve the issues within our hotels business by inviting strategic investors to take a stake in our company. And by that, Honorable Chair, we are not talking about selling stakes in the company. We are asking them to come and inject capital for a stake in the company. Ghana Industrial and Commercial Estates Limited, GISEL. The company has been fraught with difficulties recently. The Ghana National Association of Garages has made a claim on the company, which went to court. They lost, and the case has proceeded to the Supreme Court on appeal. The issue there is that they are encouraging other tenants not to pay the rent, and that has made trading rather difficult. But we are, again, working with our legal team and working with the company to continue to pursue the case in the Supreme Court. If that is resolved in our favor, we do expect a turnaround in the performance of the company. With respect to Grand Regency Hotel, Honorable Chair, we have sold our 25% stake. With respect to RSS, just to put it into a context again, Honorable Chair, is a joint venture that we went into with Reggie Manuel. We own 60% and they have 40% stake. We are executing an asset swap which would minimize our exposure to the company on the debt front. That process is ongoing, and from there we would then essentially make an assessment and also dispose of the properties that will come onto our books in order to maximize the benefits we can make from that situation, Honorable Chair. Switchback developers, again, the Auditor General noted at the time that construction was yet to be completed. Honorable Chair, I can say that yes, we have completed that project and sales are being executed in earnest. We've sold about 36 of the 77 apartments, and as part of that we've provided financing which completed the project. So the apartments are being sold currently. With respect to Trust F-Line, Honorable Chair, again, there we have made an improvement since the Auditor General commented. More than half of the apartments have been completed. That's 96 out of 192. The strategy there is that we intend to dispose of those assets and then use it to complete the second phase of the building, the project, beg your pardon.
It's brief but long because the companies are many, 15. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. I think that SSNIT management should just sit down and analyze this company, and those that they can back off completely, they should do. Where if you can sell your shares and realize some money is better than the money locked up there, and no return is coming. It doesn't look good. 63 million Ghana cedis and $65.8 million.
Thank you, Chair. I think we'll go by your advice because, as I said earlier on, these things continue to be in our books, and unfortunately, the prospects are very, very low. So we'll do whatever we can to retrieve the residual amount which are receivable, and if possible, then go ahead to liquidate if we should, so that we'll have clean books. These issues have been in the books since dating back some as late as 1993. They are legacy issues which certainly has to have a finality. Thank you.
For me, I don't believe in this legacy thing that we always talk about, because governance is a continuum thing. There shouldn't be at a point that we'll be talking about legacy. Because the civil servants, the public officers who are there, they have been there. The only change. So there's not a legacy thing here.
Honorable Chairman, unfortunately, my issue of legacy here has nothing to do with tenure, but I'm talking of legacy in terms of its reoccurrence every year.
Okay. You want to be smart.
Chairman, thank you. Let me seek a couple of clarifications arising from the submissions on the companies. Now, the two abattoir, you indicated that it's a way of your social intervention, if I understand, and that you don't intend to make profit. And so why would you want to sell part of their land to offset your indebtedness? Because you see, the private people engaged in the meat selling business are doing bricks business. Why should those that the state has invested in not be able to even break even? It's a bother for me that you want to sell bare land to let their books look good. So that's one. Then two, I want to know the acreage of land that they have, part of which you want to sell. Then, again, trust logistics. There too, you indicated you are leveraging on the assets. That's an euphemism. What does it really mean? If you are leveraging on assets, you are actually saying something. I want to understand it clearly. Then, the RSS venture, which is a joint venture between yourself and the other entity. There too, you are doing asset swaps. What is the nature of the assets that you are swapping? I'm sure if you swap, you want to again let go so that you can let the books look good. I want to understand what is happening there. Then the switchback development. You are saying 37 of the 77 apartments are ready and being put on the market. What is the nature of investment that you are realizing from there? The committee will want to understand. Then the trust helpline. I see that even in terms of your SSNIT hospital operations, there is some innovation. You've separated it. There's another entity here that deals with. Is it also helping to improve in making realization from the investment? Because the concern of the committee is that if these entities are not doing well, then some of them where you think they can do well should be able to perform well to offset those that are not doing well. For instance, the Metro Mass, we understand. It's Metro Mass. Metro Mass. You should be able to break even at least. Even if you are not making profits, at least break even so that you can repair the vehicles when they break down and also pay staff. So these are some of the concerns the committee has with the explanations you've offered.
Yeah, Chairman, I will want to make a general comment before I defer to the Deputy Director General in charge of investment. Chairman, if you take SSNIT, they are into quite a great number of investments. Those listed here, if you look at the heading, are those that are having challenges. So that does not necessarily mean that every investment of SSNIT is going bad.
No. That is the clarification is actually in respect of those that have been
in investment decisions. What you try to do is do your feasibility studies to make sure that as much as possible you reduce the risk of the company being delinquent. But even try as you do, in some cases you may have one or two that may have challenges. And if they do, you position yourself in such a way that you also have a way of recovering your investment into the said company. That is why sometimes they are forced to do an asset swap or perhaps take decisions to acquire the company wholly if they are partly owned. And I must admit that these are some of the ways that we have used to minimize some of the costs associated with some of our bad performing companies. But as I said, I will yield to the Deputy Director General in charge of investment to respond to the specific questions.
Honorable Chairman, I'll start with the question on the abattoirs. Just to make a point that we lent money to the abattoir in order for them to be able to perfect their title and improve their operations. In essence, when we put money in our businesses, we want to make a return. Now, the land that they are selling, as I highlighted, they are sitting on about 17 acres. And so there's a significant amount of spare land available. So rather than the loans sit on their books and, so to speak, burn a hole in them, per the last resolution at the AGM, we agreed with them that it was actually better to sell some of that land and resolve the issue around their finances with respect to that particular issue. So that is why we are doing that. We are doing that with respect to the Kumasi abattoir. On the trust logistics issue, when I say leveraging land, what essentially I'm saying is as follows, or leveraging assets, beg your pardon. Trust logistics is a haulage business, wet and dry cargo. It has licenses to carry fuel. It has a testing business, and it's sitting on approximately 20 acres of land. So there is scope to go into partnerships. If you were to pass by there, you would have seen that the testing business would have been extended. There's an interest from other parties to extend it further. That generates other income and helps turn around the business from just being a haulage business. Again, we are, if you pass by that site, you see that GOIL is also positioned there, so that would earn it extra interest. And then, as I noted, we are in the early stages of talking to other parties who are interested in, for example, our licenses and even our position within Tema, so that we can go into a partnership. So that is what I mean by leveraging assets. It means that we are trying to take advantage of the company's assets to go into partnership.
Well, let's move on. Apart from the initial advice on management of SSNIT taking a decision on these companies, we will also see what recommendation we can make in our reports. The next one is paragraph 1867. It's on the tax liability of CCL Property Management Limited, 5.4 million Ghana cedis. So according to the report, CCL Property Limited is owned by SSNIT 100%. It is noted that they owe GRE a tax liability after all the deduction, everything came to 5.4 as captured in the reports. Auditors recommended to management to ensure that CCL management levy the required VAT and transfer same to GRE. Management should carefully review tax implications when engaging in similar businesses. What is the status of this recommendation by the auditors?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, this has been fully dealt with. The debt is paid.
Auditors, can you confirm this?
Honorable Chair, yes, the tax liability has been paid to BRA. Thank you.
Okay. Then paragraph 1875. Failure to convert shareholders' advances into equity holding. Now, the auditors noted from the review of the investment file and the investment schedule to the financial statement that the trust had made payment totaling 38 million Ghana cedis to 3 companies. They further noted that these payments were not classified as loan nor added to the equity portion of the trust. in the companies. Now, the review of the auditor disclosed that they were described as shareholders' advances without any definite period of repayments. The analysis of the payment to these three companies showed that they were made over 5 years. Now, table 206 show the companies that Intercity, there's an amount of 13.1 million described as shareholder advance. Ogua Hotel, 24 million described as shareholder advance. And Kumasi Abattoir, shareholder advance, the amount is 208,000. Now, auditors urge management to reach an agreement with these relevant shareholders, with the relevant shareholders of this company in order to properly classify the payments. Do you still classify it as shareholders advance in your books, or what treatment have you given to these transactions?
Honorable Chair, I defer to the Deputy Director General, Investment.
Honorable Chairman, yes, we do, but we are working to resolve the situation. And if I may just touch on the three very quickly. With respect to Kumasi Abattoir, that shareholder advance is going to be removed from the books when the loan is paid post-disposal of the land. With respect to Ogua Hotel, we are in the process of basically getting it classified within the books as equity. These were the result of funding provided for construction of the hotel. Some of it was classified as a loan and some of it was classified as equity. And as the Auditor General rightly pointed out, and indeed our external auditors have, we need to go through that process, and we are doing so at the moment. With Intercity, the situation is slightly more difficult in that if we are to classify it as equity, it will mean that we have to dilute the government stake of 20%. We have an 80% stake. And that is a slightly more difficult task. The alternative is that we classify it as debt. The current financial performance of the company does not support that classification. So I'm afraid, Honorable Chairman, we'll probably have it in the current classification for a period until the performance of ISTC turns around.
All right, so it is clear for the Intercity is classified as debt, which definitely must be paid back. But if it's classified as debt, at what interest rates? Is this something you might discuss with the company?
Honorable Chair, we haven't classified it as debt. I was saying that that is yet to be classified.
That's what I'm also saying, that it will be classified as debt. When you eventually classify it as debt, it must be at the interest rate.
Honorable Chair, that is indeed the case. According to our investment guidelines, that will be the 2-year notes plus 200 basis points plus as a minimum benchmark. And if it's classified as debt, it would go according to our investment guidelines, Honorable Chair.
When are you going to do that classification?
Honorable Chair, as I highlighted, we haven't put a time on it because of the current difficult financial performance.
You must take the time value of money into consideration in taking that decision. If not, your investments, assuming that we want to add that 30 million to your share position, definitely you are going to dilute the government's shareholding, which you don't want. It means that that investment, which is not bringing any return, still we're spending more money on it, still no return is coming.
Honorable Chair, there is also the option of considering preference shares, so we will look at that classification. Honorable
No, but even if you preference share, if it doesn't make the return, what kind of preference is that? You must make profit before you talk about preference. The preference means that you'll be preferred before the ordinary.
Honorable Chair, I think you are right, but then that is between equity and loan, because whereas in loan you expect to get interest. In the case of preference share, like you rightly said, when profits are made, you are the first person that you are looked at, and in order not to also anticipate interest income when indeed we know very well that that would be very difficult to do, that is why we think that the best way to go is to treat it as a preference share.
So for the Ogua one, it means that if you treat it as equity, you are going to your shareholding position will change.
Honorable Chairman, yes.
And for Ogua, you are holding 94.43%, so it will go up.
Honorable Chairman, that's correct.
SSNIT. $18.81. Okay, so we'll go to 1884. Honorable Sam George.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, from your deep sigh of exasperation to even more frustration on the need to protect 49.5 million Ghana cedis worth of investment made by SSNIT in Intercity STC. Can you tell us what the situation is right now with this 80% shareholding you have in Intercity STC and 49.5 million Ghana cedis of pension funds that have been locked up in this company?
Deputy Director General.
Honorable Chairman, I just want to put this again into some context in terms of when the loans were disbursed. In fact, they were in 3 tranches, January 2010, May 2012, and December 2012. That's the background to it. In terms of the yes, and the loan amounts were due to be paid in 2014, 2015, and 2016. That's the context of the loan. And we've run beyond that and into a period for Intercity STC where their performance has been quite difficult. So the honest answer to your question is that it's going to be at the moment difficult to retrieve this amount. The situation we face with Intercity STC is that the company has loans. There's the period of COVID, which hit them and hit their main sources of income, the international routes that significantly affected their income. Remember, again, their pricing is, Honorable Chairman, is also regulated somewhat, so they are not free to adjust pricing as others are. And then we then come to the situation about the subordination of our debt to debt that is owed to the government for supply of buses and also to the ADB of supply of buses. So there, what we are doing is that we are in discussions with the management to come up with a payment plan on our debt. That is where we are at the moment. But in the current difficult performance and putting the loan into context, it's going to be immediately difficult to come up with it. But we are in discussions with the company so that they can also prioritize us when they are making the payments. So, Honorable Chairman.
DG, it's good you gave the context, and waxed lyrical on the dates when the loans were contracted and when they were due. But in your response as well, the 49.5 million Ghana cedis is exclusive of the $17.5 million loan that you just made reference to for the acquisition of 100 buses. That's different.
It is, but we haven't made a loan to them. That was ADB. And if I may...
No, but DG, if you guarantee a loan
Honorable,
as an 80% shareholder...
We haven't guaranteed a loan, please. I think that is an error. We haven't.
So are you challenging the Auditor General's report?
Yes, I am.
Because this is what and let me read from paragraph 1884, in fact, 1185C. SSNIT again guaranteed Intercity State Transport Company, ISTC, to take a loan of $17.5 million from ADB Bank to procure 100 buses to augment their fleet. The implication of the guarantee is that in the event of ISTC's default in payment of the loan, SSNIT be called upon to pay. Are you challenging the Auditor General's report?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm DG, so I am responding now. I am challenging that and saying that we have not signed any guarantee to guarantee the facility that was taken by ADB. In fact,
by STC from ADB.
STC from ADB. In fact, when that facility was entered into, ISTC came to SSNIT to give a loan, and we declined. The SSNIT board declined because there are outstanding loans that hasn't been paid. So it wouldn't have been prudent to go and extend a further loan. So they got the ministry to help them to get the loan from ADB. And part of what we had to do was to give a no objection. So we are not, there is no guarantee document that SSNIT had signed to guarantee that loan. And the auditors can produce that document if such exists, that SSNIT has guaranteed it.
Auditors, can you clarify for us, because this is a critical and strong reservation, or not peanuts. $17.5 million is a lot of money, and your observation is being challenged. What will the auditor say to this?
Honorable Chair, in fact, our procedure of auditing is that after an observation is raised, it's being given to the auditee for you to respond. Afterwards, based on your reports or based on your responses, before a report, management letter is issued, and you have 30 days to answer. All these processes went on without they disputing this fact. So I'm surprised here that they are disputing it. Thank you.
But, auditors, there must have been a basis for you to... There was something you must have seen during the audit that would have made you arrive at the conclusion that SSNIT guaranteed that facility. So, yes, we understand what the processes are, and the responsibility is on SSNIT to challenge any findings that you had made within the time frame. They shouldn't be challenging that here. But from your end, we want to know what you saw during the audit that made you arrive at that conclusion that SSNIT, in fact, did guarantee $17.5 million from the ADB for ISTC.
Honorable Chair, please, we don't have the document here, so I'll plead with the House to make the document available. Thank you.
Very well. I will make that request to Chairman. Chairman will pass a final ruling on what the issue would be, reference that 17.5 million, because I was going to ask DG and your team that as managers of pension funds, and DG, respectfully, looking at everybody from SSNIT in there, you are all quota to pension. None of you there is less than 10 years away from your pensions. And would you be comfortable, if you weren't sitting as managers of the pension funds, to have continued investing pension funds in such a manner? Because if a company was owing 14.5 million Ghana cedis. And from what I heard you say, Mr. Osafomafo, that basically this is literally bad debt because they are unable to meet their obligations. They've not paid any dividends to you, but you're an 80% shareholder. It then means that that's bad debt. I wouldn't understand how you could then go ahead to give guarantee again for another $17.5 million of pension funds. But has ADB, let me just ask, has ADB made any requests to SSNIT on this $17.5 million in terms or in respect of servicing the facility? Because again, the auditors say that SSNIT is not servicing that facility as at yet. And so has ADB triggered any guarantee clauses or the no objection with SSNIT in respect of this 17.5 million?
Mr. Chairman, the answer is no. Not that I am aware of as DG. So no such request has come to me from ADB. But Mr. Chairman, if you permit me, I would like to make a comment that yes, we are all quarter to pension. Some of us are even closer than quarter to pension. Mr. Chairman, I must say that I take this job very seriously. Even though I am now on management, the decisions that we take under my tenure certainly is guided by what is the long-term interest of the pensioner. And that is why when ISTC came to us to extend a further loan, rather than then going to a commercial entity to get a loan, we flatly declined it at the SSNIT board level. Management recommended that the loan request be declined, and so it was declined. So, and that is why I'm so confident to say that we have not signed any guarantee for this facility. What we were asked to do subsequently was to give our no objection to them to go ahead and get a commercial entity to extend the loan. Mr. Chairman, I think that's what the record will reflect.
But again, Chairman, just so that we go back to the report, paragraph 1890, and this for me is important because of the response the Auditor General's reps here have given, detailing what the processes are. In 1890, management actually did a response to the issues. So it's not as though these issues were on your blind side and you didn't respond. You actually responded and said that you were working on the draft accounts of ISTC with external auditors, and that once those were completed, you would hold an AGM to approve same. Then you proceeded to say that the company is going through, that's STC, is going through a restructuring, and so a successful turnaround is based on the facility to acquire the 100 buses, which will then make it profitable, and that you've even gone ahead to have the company start 4 terminals with the DVLA at their yard. So clearly you responded to this issue. Why in your response did you not mention the fact that when the auditors had clearly said you guaranteed the facility, distance yourself and say we did not, but you actually gave a roadmap to the profitability of the company, only to appear here and then say that you didn't give a guarantee? You didn't challenge that at the time.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think there are two issues being mixed here. The first one, I think the commentary that you've just read in respect of road to profitability would relate to the 49 odd million Ghana cedi loan that is outstanding and how it is going to be paid. Because that is our interest. Our interest is to make sure that what we've already advanced gets paid. Now, if the company has a roadmap to profitability that would allow for the payment of our outstanding facility, then that is what we are commenting on. But at that time, we said that we are not willing to increase our indebtedness by extending another facility. Mr. Chairman, I must say that in the narrative of this, the final report that comes from the Auditor General, sometimes the wording, we don't see the final wording that comes out until the report is issued. So sometimes even in some of this, the report, you will see that there are errors. In fact, even if you look into our audited the accounts that they brought in the first part of the report, the paragraph
DG, it's fine. Chairman, I would just want to make an application that $17.5 million is not a small money, and ADB2 is not a roadside bank. The auditors say they would look through the documents. I want to make an appeal to the committee and through chair that we further interrogate this matter, because ADB will not issue a $17.5 million loan without any guarantee of any sort. So we would need to check from ADB what guarantees and which entities gave them a guarantee before they advanced the 17.5 million. I think that will be the way for us to get to the bottom of this and determine whether SSNIT indeed gave a guarantee, or on what basis did they give advance the facility to STC. So, Chairman, that will be my appeal, so that we get to the bottom of this $17.5 million US. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's fair, but on a lighter note, I just want my colleague to know that on matters of pension, you don't need to be close there before you begin to think about that. On your first day of appointment, you should start thinking about your pension.
All right.
Oh, sure, I'm thinking of it, but you are closer to getting benefits than I am.
So what I've gotten so far from this report is that apart from the 80% shareholding of SSNIT in the Intercity Limited, Intercity STC Limited, we also have shareholder advance of 13 million, which is saying that it should be treated as a preference share or debt. Then we also have the 49.5 million loan, Ghana cedis loan given by SSNIT to the company. Then there is an issue of whether we guarantee the $17.5 million. So if you go to the books of this Intercity STC company Limited, the loan itself will be something that for SSNIT alone, 49 plus 13, that will give you over 60 million, and then $17.5 million. And that one is not from SSNIT, but from ADB. Are they actually servicing that loan? The 17.5 million, are they servicing it? Because as shareholder, as 80% shareholder in the company, you should know if they are servicing that loan.
Honorable Chair, they started servicing it, but during the COVID period, they ceased to service those debts.
The COVID is over for now. Have they resumed?
Honorable Chair, they haven't resumed as far as I'm aware.
And the ADB bank is just waiting and not saying anything?
Unable to answer that, Honorable
You are unable to answer. Do you have representatives on the board of the company?
Yes, we do, Honorable
Because
Chair.
you have 80% shareholding, so you have reps on the board. And the board, your reps should be able to feed the management of SSNIT what is happening in that company. What is happening there? You should know from your rep. Who is the rep on the board?
Honorable Chair, we do have a rep on the board, and as I noted, from inception, they were actually making payments. In fact, there was a grant from the government which they were servicing, and as I noted, we were being subordinated in terms of our debt to that. And we were meeting the management quite regularly to basically protest and try and make sure that we also get paid. And that was prior to COVID. During COVID, of course, situation was more difficult, and they ceased to pay the loans, and post-COVID they haven't. So that is the position as we sit, Honorable Chair.
So who is the rep on the board of ADB?
The rep on the board is our General Counsel, and he's here. So.
Is he here?
Yes.
Kindly tell us what is happening on the board of the company.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, what my boss here said is the update I give him. During the COVID, we actually entered into negotiations with the bank because with the bank, ADB, because of force majeure situations, to give us some time to restructure the payments. And last time I checked on that, the talk is still ongoing. The payments haven't resumed yet, but no punitive consequences have been visited on ISTC yet, because the negotiations are still ongoing, Mr. Chair.
As a rep of SSNIT, the majority shareholder on that board of the company, do you think that that business is a viable one?
Mr. Chair, I think so. The biggest challenge now, as I think we've expressed, is the fact that ISTC is unable to determine its own bus fares. Whilst its competitors are able to do so within a very short time, we have to go through a long process. And even at the end of the process, the fares that are determined for us are not in our interest. So the MD is in talks with the minister to make it possible for us to be given some freedom, as it were, to determine our fares. Because if we're able to do that, with the acquisition of the new buses, the quality of the buses are such that our competitors don't match it. So if we're given the freedom to determine the fares, I think we would compete very favorably. But because that is not there, it is disadvantaging the company. But
who determined the fare for the company?
The ministry.
Ministry of
Transport.
Transport.
Yes,
Clark, take note that one of the challenges of the company is their inability to determine their own fares.
Honorable Chair, if I may come in, some of these decisions go beyond SSNIT because they are more policy than perhaps operational. The reason why I'm saying that is that SSNIT in itself is a social security trust, which sometimes are also called upon to provide social interventions for the generality of especially the working population and what have you. That's how come.
Is that the situation in this case? We need to know so that we know the recommendation we'll make.
That is why I'm saying that we will have to defer such a position to the policymakers for them to perhaps...
You are the minister now in charge.
Yes, that is why
Is it the policy of SSNIT to invest in this type of business to provide social service without profit motive? Tell us.
Yes, Honorable Chair, because...
in this particular case, we want to record it.
Mr. Chairman...
So that all the investment we are making into Intercity, we should not expect any return.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is that, Honorable Chair, take it easy. What I'm saying is that there are some...
I am taking it very easy.
Yes. But what I'm... Honorable Chair, what I'm saying is that it is not unusual for SSNIT to intervene in certain areas to provide social good. A typical example is the Emporium, which certainly, if you were making an investment decision, perhaps it is not one thing that you will go in with the intention of getting your monies back within a very short time. Children's library. It's a social investment.
Honorable Minister, we are not talking about those ones. SSNIT is keeping people's contributions for the future. They need to protect the money. They need to grow the money so that they'll be able to pay people's pension as and when it falls due. That is why they are taking these investment decisions in order to hold and protect the value of the money. If SSNIT has decided to invest in Intercity, remember I asked the rep earlier on, does he think that it's a profitable business? He said yes. It means that SSNIT has invested into that company with a mind of making returns in order to protect the value of the people's money. So the issue about social services provision here doesn't come here in case of this investment.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I indicate the fact that, of course, we all know people go into transport business and they make profit out of that. That is why they continue to be in it. But what I'm trying to say is that in specific reference to this, we may have to defer to policy to find out what is the policy direction in respect of that. And that's exactly what I'm saying. I am not definitive in saying that, yes, whether or not it is 100% social investment. Of course, I was saying that the technical people here perhaps will not be in a position to give it, and that we should defer that to...
Well, as a minister, we'll give you 1 week to tell us what is the policy decision for SSNIT investing in the Intercity.
I would love to do that, Chairman.
Give us, because it will help us in writing our report.
Yes, I would love to do that.
On that note, we are suspending sitting for 40 minutes.